Okay, Kim Gleason,
Kim is here on mute.
Lyle Jepson,
Present.
Jenna O'Farrell,
Here.
Tammy Colby,
Present.
Jennifer Samuelson,
Present. Good morning.
Patrick Brown, Patrick, Tom Lovett,
Here.
Analita Pena,
Here.
Oliver Olson,
Present.
Gabrielle Lucci,
Here.
and Secretary French is going to be a little late today.
We'll be here around 9 o'clock, if I'm not mistaken. Alrighty, are there any amendments to the agenda? Okay, excellent. Alrighty, so just a couple of quick housekeeping matters. So members of the public are welcome to listen in on our meeting. We do have time for public comment at this point. If members of the public wish to address the board, now is the time to do that. We do have a few invited guests who will join us at relevant discussion items, but unless you've been explicitly invited to participate in those subjects, which include the Ripton discussion as well as the Rule 7000 and 2200 discussions, I would ask members of the public to address the board at this time. So if you're a member of the public, I just want to get a sense of who is out there who would like to address the board, and then depending on how many people we have, we will figure out an allotment of time. So are there any, if you are a member of the public and wish to address the board, if you could indicate so at this point. I'm not hearing anybody, so if you're on mute, this would be a good time to take yourself off mute if you're trying to address us. Maureen, do you see any or any is there anyone in the room?
I have two numbers that are showing up, 406-579-7735 and an 802-254-6300. They're both muted, so.
Okay. Great. Mr. Forrest, I see is if you wouldn't mind turning your camera off, that would be wonderful. When we do get to the subjects where we do have some guests joining us, you're welcome to turn your cameras on, but for the rest of the meeting, it would be helpful if you keep your cameras off, and that way it's clear to members of the public who are watching who's actually on the board. That can create some confusion. And also, if you're a member of the public, if you would please ensure that your phone lines are muted. That does create a bit of distraction during the meeting, so we appreciate that. So I'm not seeing any members of the public. I will circle back just in case somebody joined a little bit late, so I'll circle back shortly after the 8:20 mark just to make sure we didn't miss anyone. Otherwise, I think we can move forward here with board announcements. So the chair, excuse me, sorry, we're on item C, which is to review and approve the December 15th and December 21st meeting minutes. Could I have a motion to that effect?
I'd make a motion to approve both meeting dates, December 15th and 21st.
Okay, it's been moved by Mr. Jepson. Is there a second? Seconded by Mr. Lovett. Is there any discussion?
I just want to say thank you again to Oliver for holding the meeting with students. It was a terrific idea, and I certainly really enjoyed it, and I think it was really meaningful for the students. So just thanks for doing that. I know pulling together, and Maureen too, for taking the time to having to organize everything. So
And it was very well received in our region, so yes, thank you.
Excellent.
Time well spent.
No, wonderful. Yeah, thank you all for, I know it was very short notice on a holiday week, but I'm glad we were able to make that happen. That was an important way to send those students off to their winter break. So with that, I'll call for a vote. All those in favor of approving the December 15th, 2021 and December 21st, 2021 meeting minutes, please signify by saying aye and raising your hand.
Aye.
And those opposed, please raise your hand and say no. Alrighty. Any abstentions? The motion appears to carry unanimously. The motion does carry unanimously, and we've adopted or approved rather the minutes of those two meetings. Oh, excellent. Mr. Brown, good morning. That did not sound like Mr. Brown. Patrick, I think you're having a technical problem. No, we can't hear you. Patrick, you might want to log off and log back on again. Your voice sounds like you inhaled a helium balloon. It's the best way I can describe it. Alrighty, I'll just do a quick check again if there are any members of the public who wish to address the board. Not hearing any. Alrighty, so board announcements. The chair does have just a couple of quick items. One, I do want to acknowledge that that the board is in receipt of a request from designated representatives of STOW to address the board regarding their efforts to withdraw from their district. There are some legal questions about that. The AOE has previously provided them with some legal guidance on that point. And the town has its own legal counsel that has a slightly different view of the subject. So I have submitted a request to the Attorney General's office for an advisory opinion. And my thinking is that it would be inappropriate for the board to move forward with this until we have clear direction that it is within our jurisdiction to take up this matter. There are clearly some questions around this, and I want to make sure that the board is not doing anything to exceed its authority. So until we have clarity that we do have legal authority to take this issue up and move it forward, I think it would be prudent to wait to hear back from the Attorney General's office. Jennifer and I do have a meeting with them, I think next week or the week after, to discuss this further. But unless anyone on the board has objections, that's sort of the position that we find ourselves at right now. Does that sound agreeable to everyone? Okay. Not seeing any objection there. Are there any other board announcements? No? Okay. Alrighty. So I think Angelita and Gabrielle, we'll move on to item E then, which is the student report.
Okay, cool. Hi, everyone.
Good morning.
Good morning.
It is.
Oh, Patrick, you're back, and we can hear you.
It is the new year, which also means a new semester. It has been very chaotic so far. At one point, we were seeing an average of 7 COVID cases in school every day, which is not the most amazing thing to hear. A lot of friends that I know have family at risk, so it's kind of something we don't want to be bringing home. I know personally I have a mother with severe asthma, an immune disorder, and other various medical issues, and I have a sister that has a disability, and that causes her to struggle with viruses and illnesses of any kind. I also have personal friends that have caught COVID, and they have been told that they will deal with permanent lung damage. And I have another friend that is dealing with kidney damage because of COVID. So it's not exactly something we all want to be catching. And there was a lot of frustration surrounding the fact that in testing has ended and they are no longer doing close contact tracking. I found out I was a close contact from a friend, and my friend notified the school, and I was never notified. So it's a little scary finding out that I have been around people with COVID and I am possibly exposing my family that are very at risk. And I have friends whose parents are paranoid, and I also have friends who their parents are not paranoid at all, and they've been sending their children to school sick, not knowing what they have because of the fact that work has been backed up. You know, I had a friend who missed 2 days of school, and he was already overloaded because it's the end of the semester and we had to get grades in by yesterday, and it's just been a lot. So it's been a little nerve-wracking. I'm trying not to get sick. Also with school, but hopefully the new semester will be a little more kind of calm to the storm. Newer teachers, transitions, and I'm honestly hoping that the COVID thing kind of gets fixed. A lot of people are getting their boosters. I was scheduled for one, but it was canceled for some reason. And hopefully as more students get vaccinated with the boosters, those COVID numbers will decrease. And until then, I know for a fact kids with COVID are coming to school, and that is not a fun thing thinking about when I'm trying to learn and I'm already dealing with anxiety on submitting assignments for AP courses and, you know, just being in school. School is already a mildly stressful environment, and the fact that I also have to worry about getting sick is not very fun. So that's just my mini update. It's not anything exciting, but, you know, I think it's good to kind of hear students' opinions. I don't know. Gabby, you can go.
All right, so kind of the same as Angelita. In our schools, we're facing a lot of COVID. There are certainly a lot of cases that we've been dealing with, and there's a lot of close contacts because with each person that is out, there's at least 3 or 4 like close contacts for like one of their classes or their friends. So it's certainly a stressful monster that we have to deal with. We implemented Test to Stay, and we had a lot of contact tracing, but that has since been terminated, which is certainly a little nerve-wracking because now we're not entirely aware whether we have been in contact with a person who has COVID, and what that can do to our family or our friends is a little bit scary to think about. So I'm sorry, I have a 5-month-old kitten in the background and she demands attention all the time. So I'm sorry, but anyways, it's a lot. It's certainly a lot to handle, but I think that we're still doing our best to stay safe. Like for me, since I'm a little bit sick right now, I'm staying home because even though I don't think it's COVID, it's still important to stay home, take care of yourself, and to take care of your family because that helps everyone else around you. So I just think that it's going to come down to individual innovations on how to stay safe, you know, just following usual protocols and coming up with new ones to help keep everyone else around us safe in the absence of contact tracing or other kinds of testing. And I think that's pretty much it. Thank you.
Thank you, Gabrielle. What's the kitten's name?
Her name is Kore. It's after the goddess of spring, Persephone. So, yeah.
She's hopeful for spring.
I bet so.
Wonderful. Thank you both for your updates. So it's 8:20, so I will just do a quick follow-up just to make sure there are no members of the public who wish to join us. I'm not seeing or hearing anyone. So with that, I think, Kim, we can move on to your item F, which is the update on what's happening in Chapter 11 land.
Terrific, thank you. It's a rather brief update, but we did have the opportunity to be with House Ed, Donna Russo-Savage, myself, Emily, as they conceptually discussed the need. Their Ledge Council went through sort of the landscape of what are the configurations around governance, and to help familiarize those who may not understand or appreciate the differences between a unified union school district and SU, and that was instructive. I think it's some, if you've been on a school board, may understand it quite well, and others, if you've not, it is a very confusing topic. So that overview went well. The conceptual need for the technical corrections went well, and then pivoted a bit to the probably thornier topics of how to be more systematic and thoughtful about and in offering tools to the State Board of Ed in considering those who are looking to dissolve. And they also understood, I think clearly, the importance in having that be a more intentional process than leaving the State Board to either say yes or no after a vote. The configurations and the study process for merging was very intentional. And so we are looking to, with that section of the updates to Chapter 11, try to mirror that. And we are in an outline phase that I believe we will go through with House Ed soon. Emily, Donna Russo-Savage, and I have fleshed out the questions I could think of and put some responses to those in an outline form. And I think the outline is ready for us to share that with House Ed. I'm not sure when that'll become part of their schedule. I think Donna is on now, but I know she also is, they are walking through the technical corrections piece of Chapter 11, I believe, in House Ed today. And I know she is expected by the chair, if she's available, to be there in case there are any questions. I am trying to be there whenever these matters are considered, but really our part in it is more along the components of it that address dissolving. And we've seen how that plays out for us in the current form. And I think I'm doing my best to represent what could make this a better process for the State Board of Ed, and it is having us involved in a more intentional study process before a vote. And that's the basics of what it is looking like. And I will happily keep you guys updated or take any questions. As there's something more substantial to share, I'm happy to share that with the board for any comments or feedback as well.
Excellent. And Kim and I will be testifying for House Education at 1 o'clock this afternoon. Initially, I was invited to sort of share the board's perspective on potential delay of 173, which is an agenda item we'll get to. But subsequent to that, or tangentially to that, I was also asked if we could weigh in on some of these withdrawal issues. So that may or may not come up, but we'll be So I also invited Kim to join me as well so we could address that. You may recall we did have back in September, we had a few legislators who joined our meeting with the folks from Ripton and ACSD, and which I think was really helpful for them for those legislators to see kind of what we were wrestling with. And interestingly, one of those legislators, Representative Butch Shaw, who covers the kind of Pittsford area, he actually has introduced a bill that specifically addresses these withdrawal situations. And I won't go through the detail, but the essence of it is that if you're looking to withdraw from a district, you need to come up with a withdrawal plan. My understanding is that bill may get some attention in House Education as early as this week. So it'll be interesting to see how these things play out. But I was happy to see that someone actually saw what we were wrestling with and took that experience to heart. So any questions or comments for Kim? Otherwise, we're making good time, but I know we are likely to fall behind. So unless there's objection, I'm going to look to try to take care of a few other items now. So I think I'd like to take up item K, which concerns public engagement forums. So if we could have a little discussion on that topic. And just as a little bit of background, Tammy Colby and I had some conversation, and she and I made what I thought was a really good suggestion, which is that we might use our convening powers to hold a few public listening sessions or forums aimed at different constituencies across the state. So I thought it would be good to just have some discussion about that. So Tammy, I don't know if you want to kind of pick that up.
Sure, and I think this came up in some of our discussion at our last board meeting as well, is that the board certainly has a shared interest in hearing from the public, particularly families and students, around experiences in schools right now, and that having that context is really helpful, at least for me, in understanding and thinking about some of the topics that cross our desks as state board members. And so I followed up on that conversation that we started to have at our board meeting with Oliver, and I think we were sort of contemplating is a series of open meetings or where we would, with families and students and others from the field, teachers too, where we could hear more about the experience in school, not just related to COVID, but other issues that are percolating, and to start doing that on a more regular basis. Again, trying to build our knowledge and capacity as a board to better understand sort of the frontline and field experiences of the constituents that we're hoping to serve well. So that was the background on that. I don't know that there was a specific plan or format other than trying to maybe think about doing sort of a meeting once a quarter, being thoughtful about sort of how we did that in terms of timing to promote engagement, maybe even having some geographic representation to those meetings. I know Secretary French has mentioned in the past an interest in maybe having some regional meetings. So just a general idea out there for us to contemplate as a group. And then if we are interested in doing that, then perhaps we can start to put some structure around that to move forward. So that was the brainstorm.
Yep. No, and personally, I think it's a great idea. And I, just to put a little, as far as structure, I think, meetings in the evening, so they're really accessible to families and other constituencies, namely educators, would be really helpful. I'm thinking like 2-hour blocks of time that we could do, and we don't need to schedule. We certainly don't want to try to schedule these right now, but I think if we could sort of arrive at a general consensus that A, this is a good idea, and B, what we see as the kind of loose structure around this, then we can work offline to get these scheduled. Lyle.
And if I may add, I think the one other thing we talked about also is to have meetings organized around a particular theme or set of questions, right? Just not sort of an open dialogue, but, you know, we're interested in hearing from, for example, teachers around sort of the issues that they're facing in the field with COVID, for example. So there'd be a prompt or two that we were interested in and having people respond to.
Excellent. Lyle.
I guess that was my follow-up. If we had, say, 3 different topics that we were working on 20 minutes each, and would they be facilitated by someone else so we can actively listen to what's going on? And would they be virtual, in person? What are our thoughts at this point?
My observation is that we have much greater public participation virtually, and I think that is far more accessible for the constituencies we're thinking about. But that's my thinking. I don't know if anybody disagrees.
I would agree with that. I love the idea of there being a regional presence at some point, but I'm not sure that it enhances our engagement. I know when we had done those meetings down in Rutland, if anybody from other parts of the state wanted to participate, they really needed to find a way to get themselves there. And I think in the last 2 years, we've probably moved past that. So I think I would love for us to think when we are in a safer place with regard to the pandemic, that there may be some other way that we find ourselves in different regions of the state. But I like the idea of these engagements being virtual. I think we've all gotten pretty good at it.
Okay. Other thoughts?
I do like the idea of even being virtual. I do like the idea of regional focus. As I've talked about with Secretary French, the state of education is very different in different corners of the state, and so it would. I think that it would give some focus to what we were hearing if we still kept some kind of regional structure. And I do think COVID should be one of the prompts, but maybe not the only one. And I think there's, I just put a plug in for at least one of the prompts to be something positive, something that's a success or something that's going well or lessons learned, because otherwise they could just become gripe sessions.
I totally agree with Tom, and I think that if we think we're just going to go back to the way education was, I think we need to stop and put a pause on that, because we have learned some things, and I think that we can take some positives away from this. So if we were to say, what are those positives? I think we would get some feedback specifically from teachers about, and some parents about what really works. And students, you know, we listened to Angelita and Gabriela, and they've got some good suggestions. You don't need to be in school every single day from 8 o'clock until 4 in the afternoon.
Kim and then Jenna.
Thanks. I was going to say, and sort of coming off of the idea of making sure we're not just convening gripe sessions, I think having clarity about the purpose will be important. I think we have limited authority to make change. We can certainly convene, but when we convene without some thought for where that goes or where that's resolved, I think it can bring frustration and potentially make things harder for administrations and schools. And so I just would like for us to be thoughtful about how we frame and where our authority is and where this information is, what it's going to benefit. I know we have big work coming up with ed quality standards, which is a very sweeping piece of regulation. And I think there are any number of ways to inform that process in just broad context of what education is. So I think I caution us to be careful about stirring the pot in a time that schools can hardly tolerate that. I love the idea of what have been the silver linings and takeaways, because I think though it may not be statistically sound, I think it's also been something that our administrators and Dan have spoken of wanting to be able to do, capture the successes from this difficult time, and nobody's really been able to do that. It's not in the rearview mirror yet. We might have that opportunity to begin those conversations. So I love those ideas. Thanks.
Excellent points. Jenna.
So Kim, that was a good lead in to what I was going to say. Statistically sound. I think it would be interesting to take some data that we do have and dig a little deeper into that, because I think if not, it's opinion, and we're going to hear such a wide sweeping array of opinions on, like, yeah, kids don't need to be in school every day, to yes, they do. Like, so I think like there is some hard data that's out there, and that's national data, there's some state data, and it would be interesting to like dig into those points and say what experiences support this data or don't. But it would be interesting to kind of base it on something rather than opinion. And I think my 2 cents, my vote would be for a regional as well. And I think sometimes people are more likely to participate if they feel like there's an impact directly to them and to their communities. Thanks.
I think that's a great point. And I like your thinking around using the data to help sort of inform our prompts. I think that's a really good point. So good. Any other thoughts?
I think my camera isn't working properly, Chair Olson, but I hope you can hear me. So thanks. So I do support the idea of having it regionally, and I do support the idea of having themes for each meeting, because one community or one person might be interested in a theme when others are not. And so it's an area that I'm very interested in, and I'm also very interested in helping to pull this together. So, you know, we certainly don't want to make it Chittenden County heavy, but be very inclusive with the rest of the state. And so any help I can offer, I'm more than willing to see this become a reality.
Excellent. Wonderful. Okay, so I think, Jenna, did you have your hand up?
Sorry. I've been able to facilitate a series of community conversations here in the Kingdom and have had a huge amount of success at night, which I mean like 30 to 40 community members that will sign on at a 6 o'clock Zoom meeting to talk about different issues, specifically around homelessness. But it has been successful. We've had legislators kind of join as well, and advertising on Front Porch Forum has been a huge hit too. I think it's captured a huge cross-section of folks that maybe wouldn't wander on to a State Board of Ed meeting. So it's just, I think it's a great idea.
Excellent. So, so Jenna and Patrick, could I ask maybe the two of you to team up and do some further brainstorming and start to flesh this out a little bit?
Certainly.
Perfect. All righty.
I'll just offer one other suggestion with the idea of regional. That does allow us the opportunity to take a look at what other meetings are happening that are drawing other attention. So you know what day of the week is better. You can probably just do a sampling of select board meetings or school board meetings to try and not directly find yourselves up against those. It is often some of the same people that would attend. So
excellent. Okay, excellent. Well, thank you so much. Yeah, so Jenna and Patrick, if you could start brainstorming on that, and then perhaps you can circle back with me when you've got some ideas and some structure, and we can take it from there. So we're still about 10 minutes ahead of schedule. I'd like to potentially, let's see, I think we could take up one other item, and that is item M, the local school board governance issues. So we had scheduled about 10 minutes of discussion on that topic. So I think we can take that up and now. And as a reminder, so again, this is item M. We'll take that up now unless there's any objection. But as a reminder, we had some discussion at our December regular meeting. Several of us had grave concerns about some behaviors that we had seen, and we knew that it was something worth our time and worth having some discussion about. Since that time, Jennifer Samuelson and I did have a meeting with the executive director and the president of the Vermont School Boards Association. So we had some really good discussion about a lot of what that organization is doing in terms of training for boards, et cetera. And how we respond to these situations is obviously a sticky wicket to navigate. But after some that conversation and some other conversations with a few folks, I think my sense is that there's some interest in what we could do as a board in terms of establishing norms or standards. And we have rulemaking authority, and we're looking at the EQS rules, and that seems like potentially a good place to start. So what I wanted to do is just have a brief discussion amongst this board about whether we felt like this was a topic that should at least be reviewed and considered by the EQS committee that we've established to look at the feasibility of how we could leverage EQS to set some standards. So I'll just sort of open up the discussion there and would welcome any thoughts from board members.
I think it's a great idea, Oliver. The independent school accreditation process through NEASC in particular has a whole standard on governance, and I think that if EQS doesn't have standards about governance, then it should. So I think it's first a good idea and is within the scope of this board's work, and EQS is the right place to start to talk about it, in my opinion.
Lyle, I know you had some thoughts. Oh, sorry, go ahead, Kim.
I was just going to offer that I think it's a great idea. I think, to be clear, what we've witnessed is not good governance by any definition under any aspect of the law referencing roles and responsibilities for boards. So despite training efforts and best practices and the essential work of boards, that is sort of the body of work that VSBA brings to the field, it does also end up, because there's no recourse or consequence essentially except voting those folks out. I would love to see that there be something more. I'm not sure where the legislative authority is for it, but I think we should acknowledge that there is a body of good work that offers best practice and alignment with the roles and responsibilities of boards as outlined in law, and that is not what we've been witnessing. And I think if it is shored up or strengthened by showing up in EQS or elsewhere, I would be all for it, because if you are trying to do the work in an intentional, thoughtful, disciplined way to what's expected of boards, there are also few tools to handle those who are not there with that potentially that same intention. And I think we've seen a very singular issue drive the performance of the board in Rutland that is not demonstrating governance, essentially, or certainly not good governance. Just perspective.
I think that's really important, Kim. And I think we should be really clear that we have seen a few. We're aware of a few really egregious examples of school boards that have gone off the rails, but that in no way is representative of the vast majority of boards out there that are high performing and focused on the work at hand. So I don't want anybody to think that, this is a widespread issue, because it's certainly not. Lyle.
And I have to keep reminding myself that they're people just like us. And so there are times that we get charged up over issues. This is an extreme down here at the moment. So I really like what Kim was just saying, which is, what is our authority? What can we do? How do we tie it back to quality and to education, so that we don't overwhelm ourselves in becoming the disciplinarian in the assistant principal's office? That could take up a lot of our time, but we want to come up with a procedure or a process that we can and should respond to things that we might consider to be more egregious than other things. So I think we should definitely take up the conversation.
Jennifer, and then Kim.
Thanks. And Oliver, I just want to reiterate your point. I mean, this I think is a thankfully limited issue. I think most school boards, throughout the state are, not representative at all of what we're talking about and really demonstrate good governance. So, I want to acknowledge that. And I think, too, to the point about our authority, certainly that's something that we should make sure that we have the authority. But even, whatever that answer is, I think, if nothing else, the experience in Rutland has sort of highlighted an opportunity to, really bring the focus back to good governance, and whether that's, working with other organizations to develop what that might look like, and to, create those guardrails, and then, work to have it properly, cited, whether it's with the state board or someone else. But I do think it's an issue that needs to be addressed.
Kim.
I think Jennifer just hit it at the end, the idea that I'm not positive that we would end up being the authority that oversees that. I mean, EQS is evaluated regularly for schools through the Agency of Ed. So it just may be that it's another component of the broader school-based reviews that happen. I think part of the challenge is even broader when you're speaking of an elected official. There become few tools to navigate the waters of a individual board member acting outside of essentially what is considered to be appropriate for the role, and the recourse that even the majority of a board would have in that case. And I think that's by virtue of the situation with elected officials. So it's not unique, and I'm sure there are outside of education challenges occasionally with select boards, and those folks who may be elected and especially operating within best practices and norms, and others who may not be. So I guess our domain is within education, and to understand that not doing good governance is incredibly impactful, like to the operations and the success and the progress of a school district. So I think that can be our lens. It will affect outcomes for students. That's what we care about. And there are no tools almost for those boards to be held particularly accountable to. And I think I love the idea of us finding a way without being the police on it, but rather have it be in the context of producing quality education. It requires sound governance.
And I would create a distinction between rogue board members and dysfunctional boards. And I think I see the focus from an EQS perspective, looking at where you have a dysfunctional board that starts impacting the quality of the education being delivered.
I agree.
All righty. Tammy, and then Lyle, and then we'll wrap this up. And I think the consensus is that this is worth EQS committee looking at?
So I will echo what I've heard many of my colleagues say, which is I think it's a good idea. And I want to pick up on it's certainly, we're in a moment where there certainly are tensions on some boards, and having some accountability around those actions is something we all feel pretty strongly about. That said, I think Kim actually made a really important point, which was one I'd like to sort of pick up on, is that good governance is necessary in order to have good student outcomes too, right? Like well-run schools are a necessary and important component of the education system. And so it feels to me like it's a glaring hole in our EQS not to have standards around what good governance looks like, not just for accountability, but also to lay a path forward for school districts and schools around the state to understand how those connections can be made in a thoughtful and meaningful way. And so certainly, we think of standards in terms of accountability, right? But I also think that they can be more prospective in setting and really help articulate in a clear way how governance can be a positive tool for school improvement, improving learning environments and things along those lines. So certainly, I think it's an important thing that we take up in terms of the EQS, maybe less so for the accountability piece, although that is a concern, but more so that we can, as a state, articulate how we see governance sort of contributing to the overall quality of the educational opportunities for students in our state.
Excellent, thank you. Lyle, did you have anything else?
And I would only add, I go back to my days as an administrator and I try to remind myself, how did I encourage the teachers to do what I wanted them to do? And how did I encourage the students to do what I wanted them to do? So I called out the ones that were doing the things I wanted them to do in a very public way. So whatever our process becomes, I would encourage us also to do it in a positive way, which is look at this great school board and how they function and what their governance model looks like. And I think that Oliver has done that by calling out a couple as he's talked about this issue. So thank you. Thanks for taking it up.
Wonderful, thank you. So we'll draw that to a close. I'm seeing clear consensus that this is worth the EQS committee at least exploring, and look forward to hearing back from that committee. And just as a reminder, I did send out a note to everybody, but I have appointed Kim and Tammy to be co-chairs of that EQS committee. Big task ahead, and excited to have great group of folks leading this effort. So with that, we will now turn to item G, which is discussion and potential action around the Ripton School District withdrawal and designation. So just briefly to set some context and some background here, we met with folks from Ripton back in September, Ripton and ACSD, and a few surrounding supervisory unions. And the net of that conversation is that Ripton needs to be assigned to a supervisory union, or it needs to be designated as a supervisory district to provide all of the services that it's normally provided by a supervisory union or district. And there weren't any willing partners. So the conclusion of the board was that really the best outcome for Ripton, and most importantly its students, is to find a way to rejoin ACSD, to sort of undo what had been done. There have been some discussions between the board, and our original expectation was that they report back to us last year. It became evident that more time was needed, so I did grant an extension and suggested that both Ripton and ACSD come back to us at this meeting. I think what I'm sensing is that Ripton has, well, not sensing, Ripton has been asking the board to kind of set, asking the state board to sort of dictate terms for how the entities should enter into these discussions. And the reality is that we don't have that authority, right? Our authority is very narrow, and it has to deal with the designation of a supervisory district or assignment to a supervisory union. We don't have any authority beyond that. So while we all, I think, as board members, see a logical path to resolve this issue, we don't. It's not within our power to make that happen in a particular way. The sticking issue clearly is principally around whether a town, a municipality, and its voters can have the right to overturn or veto a decision made by the school district, which again, that's nothing within our authority to weigh in on. I'll say personally, I don't think that that's ever a good thing, because it undermines the unity of that district. But that's just my personal opinion. So we have arrived at a point where it's clear that those discussions aren't bearing fruit, and we need to put a stake in the ground so that everyone can start planning for Ripton's independence from ACSD. So that does require us to take some action. So with that, Kim, I'll recognize you at this point to put a motion on the floor.
Okay.
You're unmuted.
I know, thank you. It always takes a second to show up on my end. So I move, and it's long, but with respect to the Ripton Addison Central SDSU matter, the final approval of Ripton's withdrawal and reconstitution designation as an SD, and the effective dates as follows. The State Board of Education, 1, finds that the conditions outlined in its motion conditionally approving the withdrawal and reconstitution of the Ripton School District issue on May 19th, 2021 have been met. And 2, finds further that none of the available options for providing supervisory union services to the Ripton School District is a good one. And B, the most prudent option at this time is to designate Ripton School District to be its own supervisory district, that is a single district, SU. And 3, pursuant to 16 VSA section 724C and to the request of elected school board of the Ripton School District, the State Board, A, approves the request of the Ripton voters to withdraw from the Addison Central School District pursuant to 16 VSA 724C. B, declares that the withdrawal of Ripton from the Addison Central School District shall be effective July 1, 2023. And C, declares that the Ripton School District is reconstituted as a pre-K through grade 12 school district, that the Ripton School District shall assume sole responsibility for the education of its resident students in pre-K through grade 12 on July 1, 2023, and that until such time, the Addison Central School District Supervisory District shall continue to be responsible for the education of all students residing in Ripton. That until July 1, 2023, the Ripton School District and its duly elected school board shall exist solely for the purpose of transitioning to full operations. And 4, that the Ripton School District shall not be entitled to administrative or other SU services from the Addison Central School District. And D, declares that pursuant to 16 VSA 261C, the Ripton School District is designated to be its own supervisory district, that is a single district SU that shall be fully operational as a supervisory district on July 1, 2023. I am wondering, Oliver, if it would be helpful to either have that screen shared or what. I guess we need a second. So
yes, it is on the website. So if anybody wants, that's probably. But yes, is there a second to the motion? It's been seconded by Jenna O'Farrell. So we will now open it up for discussion. I have invited both ACSD, Ripton, and Superintendent Burrows to join us in the discussion. So I think at this time, we'll start with sort of any general comments or questions from board members, and then we'll provide an opportunity first for ACSD and then Ripton to address the board. Alrighty, so we will, oh, sorry, Mr. Jepson.
Well, I go back to something I heard earlier, which was intentionality, and that the work of consolidating schools and school districts, I think, was intentionally done. And I worry, and I think we will need some types of assurances in the future from the Agency of Ed that, assuming this goes through, that school quality is not disturbed for the students in Ripton. I have serious concerns, having been an administrator, about providing all of the services that are required. And with the size of the district, I perceive that that will be very difficult to do. And so I worry and look to Ripton to somehow assure us that they can, in fact, provide all of the services needed by all of their students. And I understand the issue, and I understand that small schools, particularly small elementary schools, are the heart of a community. And that is what they want to preserve. I can't help but think there's another way. But because there doesn't appear to be one at the moment, I think we really need assurances from Ripton and how you're going to roll this out and make it work for your kids. And I know that's what you want to do.
Kim.
Thanks, Lyle. And I think that emphasizes the importance of remedy through legislation. I think we were left with really no tools to facilitate this differently. And I think taking a unified school district, and by virtue of the one member town withdrawing themselves from that, then requiring all towns to operate under a supervisory union structure would not have been in the interest of all students. And so I think that even early on in the consideration of this request, it seemed as though some of the most fundamental matters had not been fully considered. And I do understand we're left in a position where we have few tools in our toolbox, and the what we understand to be the expectations of the electorate from having elected to withdraw. And still, I share your concerns, Lyle, for how the necessary services can be provided through a district as small as Ripton will be, particularly in no longer being part of a unified high school. They will now be in a different construction of their governance model than they had been before unification, and I'm not sure that was fully understood. I don't want to make assumptions of what the electorate understood or those putting forth the motion and the matter to the voters, but I think this is highlighting for us the ways we can offer suggestion to the legislature about what the process might look like, so that we have some way to do as you're suggesting, Lyle. Feel confident about this being successful for all students, and I share your concern.
Tammy.
Thank you. I feel like I'm just going to piggyback a little bit again here on Kim and Lyle, but I want to start out with saying, my primary concern with this is the students. And to Lyle's point, small schools are very much at the heart of our Vermont communities, and this is a hard discussion to have. And it's happening not just in Ripton, it's happening around the state. But at the same time, here we are as the state board, and our role in the process is extremely limited. And as I read all of the exchanges and the emails and the conversation that's been going on, I could see the mutual frustration on everyone's part about where we are. And to follow up on Kim's point, I think this highlights back for the legislature the real need for clarification around some of the parameters. And I think that's okay for us to say that out loud too, because there's no such thing as a perfect policy. And we know that the policy was put in place with the best of intentions. And here we are, right? Some circumstances that have come up over time, but I think it is time for the General Assembly to address these concerns. But in doing so, I think what's really important is, I'll go back to Lyle's point, is that we really keep what's most important in mind. Governance is in service of school quality, which is in service of students. And I don't know, based on everything that I've read so far, and I'll be interested to hear more from Ripton in a few minutes, I really have serious questions about Ripton's ability to stand up an independent school district that is going to provide the quality of education that they really want to give their students. And so, left without a lot of choices here on the part of the state board, I see no other avenue other than the motion that's been offered that offers some structure and process for how this would go forward so that people can start to plan and be thoughtful, but also starts to set some groundwork that if the process can't be fruitful, that other steps can be taken by other entities, including the Agency of Education.
Thank you, Tammy. So at this time, Mary, I'll turn it over to you to briefly address ACSD's sort of position at this point, and then we'll turn to Ripton.
Great, thank you very much, Chair. First and foremost, the board wants to thank the State Board of Education for the time and consideration to this incredibly important issue. As a former educator, I personally, Oliver, I share your concern as well. But that concern is outweighed by our responsibility as a board to ensure that our work is in the best interest of all students. And because of that, we have debated and considered the requests of Ripton, and we believe in principle that there is agreement in two very key areas. One being that any process of closing or restructuring or reorganizing an elementary school must be done so with tremendous community input, with tremendous process and tremendous consideration. And we agree in that in principle. We also agree that if a decision were ever to be made to close a school, that decision must be rooted in clear understanding, in clear reasoning, clear data, and that also must be a community process. Where we don't agree is that these things must be stated in charters must be changed, and most importantly, that a single school and their request or their desire can outweigh the greater district need. And that's a fundamental difference. And while we wish there was another path forward, most importantly, I think at this point, the board is very much focused on our need as a board to move forward. We have significant work that is requiring a lot of time. And at this point, we believe clarity is needed and is essential so that all parties and all stakeholders involved in this process can move forward.
Thank you. We'll turn over to Ripton and then Superintendent Burrows, and then after that, we'll open up for questions from board members.
Hello, can you all hear me?
Yes, we can.
All right, thank you. I'm Steve Cash, the chair of the Ripton School District Board. First of all, I would like to thank you for the time today to address the State Board of Education and for your careful consideration of the matter before you. This board is poised to decide the direction of Ripton's next steps in our journey as you contemplate our assignment for supervisory services. We hope members of the board had the opportunity to see the documents we offered to the Addison Central School District that was intended to be a starting point for our negotiations. We took your consensus directive to heart and attempted to address the inequity between our articles of agreement and the majority of others in the state. We were surprised that ACSD did not eventually respond with any concrete steps. We thought there would be more room for negotiations, change, and action. Unfortunately, we were wrong. All indications are that you intend to make Ripton its own supervisory district today. A number of individuals have expressed their thoughts on the feasibility and correctness of such an assignment. At a very basic level, the Ripton School Board disagrees with your interpretation of the statute that we are adequately large enough to become a standalone supervisory district. Standalone districts are relatively big. We are small. With that said, the Ripton School Board can understand the perspective in which Ripton becoming its own SD may appear to be the least worst option. This is not a lens we agree with or support, but we can understand it in the context of the current education landscape. Knowing that Ripton's assignment to be our own SD is a likely outcome of today's proceedings, we are turning our energy to the future. Through every step of this journey, Ripton has navigated the challenges that have arisen before us, some contemplated and some unable to be contemplated due to a lack of precedent. We will do the same in this situation. It is far from certain that the path you may put us on will be successful, but we are going to pursue that end. We are focused on our responsibility to provide high-quality education and learning experiences for our students. We believe a quality education for a rural, small-town student is informed by what happens outside of the institution's four walls, and we understand the impact that a community has on a child's education. We have begun to explore collaborative education models and models and sharing resources with other communities. Our neighbor to the north, Lincoln, has started the process of withdrawal, and we have begun to explore the possibilities of a shared supervisory union with them. We have been working with 2 consultants to help us project outcomes for our future. We are also actively working on securing professional business services. One undeniably important aspect of Ripton's potential success as our own SD will be our relationship with entities like the State Board of Education and the Agency of Education. If this is the path the State Board of Education chooses for Ripton, and the educational outcomes of our students are as important as any other in the state, we will need support as we navigate contracting for services, waivers, and unique administrative structures as a result of a situation that is unlike any other in the state. We know the tasks in front of us are tall, but we believe we can find a way for our school and our community to continue to be a relevant piece of the educational landscape well into the future.
Thank you for that. Superintendent Burrows, any comments from you, thoughts?
I mean, I think this has been a long road. I want to thank everyone present, both folks from Ripton and State Board. You know, I think the ACSD board has looked at this pretty deeply and has, I think, a pretty shared commitment to the path that board is on. So I think at this point, as Steve has said, I think the the next step is clarity and support. And as Mary mentioned, we're at the ready to support Ripton as they're working on some of those things that Steve mentioned are ahead for Ripton as they make their way as a single district. So it's a challenging situation. There were 3 echoes earlier from the state board. I would echo the same things, and it's a challenging situation that we've been in our district and throughout the state for a long time, in looking at how do we reconcile just all the issues at play and their community issues, their broader issues that reach far beyond education. So I just want to kind of thank everyone, and willing to help in whatever way I can.
Thank you, Peter. Mary, just very quick follow-up question for you. The ACSD previously has indicated that the district would be supportive of Ripton rejoining it, and I just want to make sure that that you still would welcome Ripton back if Ripton chose to, came to the conclusion that some of these other options weren't viable and it wanted to return.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Alrighty, at this time I'll open up for questions or comments from board members. Jennifer.
Thank you. Mary, I had a couple of questions that I was hoping you would be able to answer. And the first is, my memory is that the ACSD has already sort of telegraphed that it would close Ripton, and I just want to make sure that my understanding or memory of that is correct. And then the second is, I'm looking at, it was the email that you had sent on January 4th with the 2 elements of common ground that you had identified. And I was wondering if you could also speak to whether these 2 points have already been used as you've sort of analyzed Ripton, or if these are new sort of post-dating any discussion about Ripton.
Thank you for the question. And I think the way I answer this is part of the point of disagreement of perception or disagreement of position. We have gone through a facilities master plan process. And in that process, the intention was to understand, does our footprint as a district meet the needs of our enrollment? And in that process, we have done different modeling, and we have brought in consultants to take a look at that question. And in taking a look at that question, you have to consider examples, and you have to use data to determine where is that footprint going. And in those examples, different considerations: 4 schools, 4 elementary schools, 5 elementary schools, 6 elementary schools. What are all the different configurations that we would need as a district to be able to deliver in an equitable way educational services throughout the district? And during that discussion, different towns were identified as places where we could create a different landscape of elementary schools, so that we could find a way in which different towns could come together and form a new elementary school. At no time, however, has there ever been a motion to close any elementary school. We have not finished the facilities master plan. We have not voted on a facilities master plan. We have not debated the outcome of that facilities master plan. But during this process, yes, it was felt as if smaller schools, our smallest schools in our district, and those communities did feel as if they were under the possibility of closure. And that is clearly it's an emotional debate. It brings a lot of energy to that debate. And it has gotten us to where we are today. To note, there was another very small town in our district, the town that I live in, Weybridge, that also brought to their electorate the opportunity to decide to withdraw from ACSD at this point in the process. They chose not to. And so the smaller towns were feeling strain, and Ripton responded with their vote and the Weybridge town responded with a different vote. To your second question of whether or not these elements that we have identified have been in place, I would argue yes. We very much, over the past 4 years, have been going through this facilities master plan process. We have, with numerous tools available to us, tried to bring the community together to discuss and debate this very real thing. It is hard to engage a community until they feel the urgency of the debate, I would argue. So maybe 4 years ago, when we were having community gatherings and we were talking about our status quo and we were imagining what was possible, the energy that was brought to those discussions was a little less than the energy that was brought to the discussions at the end, at this stage of the process, where school communities felt as if there was a threat of closure. But without question, we have articulated that there are 3 very important lenses that we look through as we consider our footprint. And at the root of this is we have limited resources that we must provide an equitable experience for all kids. That's where we are. And how best do we do that? And there are very few tools available to a district with regards to situations that can be adjusted so that we can afford the type of environment that we want to create for all kids. And so we have gone down a path to consider those tools, including our footprint, and we're going to continue to work hard to deliver on our responsibility to ensure that all kids have an equitable, tremendous educational experience. The unification of our communities has allowed us to do that in a very organized, thoughtful, efficient, and productive way. And we've all bought into the greater good of the district. And that's at the core of this. And so at this point, we believe as a district, we are acting for the greater good. And I understand the position that we're in, and I understand the strain and the concern that the members of the Ripton community have, but I do believe with all my heart that we are able to provide a tremendous educational system or solution, regardless of where our kids are sitting in what classroom in our district. And that's going to be the challenge that as we move forward, we're going to have to continue to think about. But we have not voted on any school closures. There's not a list that says these are the 2 schools that we are going to close. That question has not come to the floor of our board, and that's where we are.
Okay. Thank you. Kim.
Thank you. And I want to thank the ACSD board, and Mary, thank you for offering some insight into really accountable governance and leadership. I am hearing the thoughtful process of facilities studies and the intentionality around what all of it means for outcomes for all students, the investment in the outcomes for all students, the greater good. I simply want to say thank you, because I think we had earlier spoken about where governance plays a role in education quality standards, and you have just given us a lens into a process that is, from this vantage point, demonstrating the responsibilities and accountability of good governance, and I'm grateful. And so thank you for sharing the process you've been through. And I think I will also otherwise offer that there are districts like MUSD, I think they are now, Mount Mansfield Unified Union School District, who had been through a process that went through 153, not Act 46, but an earlier version of unification. And they have repurposed some of their buildings. And among them, and in sharing space with preschools and some of their smallest buildings, which were at risk when they were in SU before unification of potentially closing for the fact of challenges with passing budgets are still vibrant. So I know there are examples that have predated this very challenging work. And I think an open heart and an open mind to the outcomes for all students brings you to the type of accountability you've offered and the thoughtful process that may be a matter of repurpose versus closing, or it sounds as though you've not voted on anything quite as drastic as maybe had been described. And it sounds as though there's sound foundation for the conversations you're having, and I'm grateful. So thank you.
Thank you. Other board members, questions, comments? Tammy.
Thank you. This is a question for Mr. Cash. I'm looking at the email exchange that you had with the state board, and you made an interesting statement there, and it would be helpful for me to understand a little bit better. In that email, you mentioned that you were concerned that a ruling on Wednesday would interrupt our collection of information and preempt a resolution on viability. And then I just heard sort of your monologue and talking about, I'm curious if you can help me understand what it is about the resolution today that would result in some sort of stoppage of conversations and exploration of other options beyond becoming your own standalone district.
Yeah, thank you for the question. I'm happy to elaborate on it. One of our main concerns throughout this is the fact that this situation was not an outcome we anticipated as a result of this. And when we engaged with our town about withdrawal, we did not contemplate this. We were under the impression that our town was too small to become its own SU. And now what we are left with, and there's kind of another important piece in this, is that Ripton has moved its town meeting date back. So we have not had the opportunity to engage with our town about this change. And that is something as a board we feel is important to do. And so in this situation, we'll have to approach our town with a ruling that has been made from the State Board of Ed and kind of explain that back to the town as to some of the challenges that could be associated with that, and potentially get some questions from our townspeople as to why the State Board of Ed would make a ruling that could be challenging for us to then navigate. So if that makes sense to you.
Kim.
Thank you. I just wanted to make clear that certainly the town could make a different choice, but based on the choice the town made and the status of the conversations and the limitations of our authority, putting a sort of stake in the ground by which this needs to be resolved for your town, I think was our only responsible course, and we don't really have any other choices. I think the choices now do reside with you in your town in talking through what the outcome of the original vote was and the options available to you moving forward. There will be a point at which to be able to plan to be your own school district for 2023. You're going to need to pivot from conversation to action and be planning to provide those services for your students pre-K-12. And so from our standpoint, this is all we have for tools. Your electorate made their decision based on the information that was provided to them at that time. You have the opportunity to provide them with different information and perhaps a reconsideration of a similar question given the information you have now. So, and that's our point, that's my point in this resolution. I think, and what will determine by our vote our position as a state board, but do understand we have limited tools available to us, and this is simply providing a responsible timeline for action for all parties.
Tammy.
Yeah, I think that's exactly, thank you, Kim. That's exactly what I'm thinking as well, which is, in some ways, I think this might even make your conversation at the town meeting easier, right? Like, so here's where we are. There's some clarity. This is the if and this is the then. And so if this is not the if and the then that we want as a town, then we have to explore concrete other options. We have to have some other options go on the table. And so by having this kind of clarity with a timeline, I am hopeful that will provide some guardrails for the conversation in your town to actually give serious consideration to the responsibilities for creating your own school district, as well as if that is not something that the town feels it either wants to do or has the capacity to do, then to have a serious conversation about what those other options are. But as Kim has pointed out, and others pointed out, as a state board, we have a limited toolkit here. And I think as a group, we have signaled in the past, it is not our inclination to force a merger with another supervisory. It's just not something we're willing to do. So I'm hopeful that through passing a resolution like this, that it will actually provide some clarity and some real decision points for your town at town meeting day.
And I just want to remind everyone that it is not, Ripton is not without options, and it's why I asked Mary that clarifying question. It's very clear, ACSD's made it very clear that board is supportive of Ripton rejoining. So there is effectively a backstop, and that my personal recommendation to you is that should factor into your analysis. And I've in the correspondence, I've made a number of on several occasions now. I've suggested that the Ripton School Board should reach out, if it has not already done so, to the Vermont School Boards Association to seek some recommendations for consultants to assist with this analysis, so you can get some objective, feedback to help inform your discussions. So I would again strongly urge you to do that if you've not already done so.
Oliver, if I may, could I provide a few responses?
Yes, certainly. Go ahead.
All right. One on the Vermont School Board Association. We have been in, I would say, pretty constant contact and dialogue with them as we have navigated a number of these issues. So we are engaging that resource. As far as pivoting to action, from when we last met with the State Board of Ed, our action has been on engaging with ACSD. We have been contemplating the potential of needing to stand up our own supervisory district, and that will be our main focus going forward. But I did want to offer that point that to characterize this as kind of going from a period of little action to more action, we have been actively engaged throughout this entire process. And then the last point I wanted to make is that I don't want to get into the details, but I do, on a number of levels, dispute the characterization that Mary provided of our conversations. And I'm not going to go for back and forth. I don't think it's helpful. I don't think this is an appropriate venue to do that. But I would encourage all of you to look at the public record that exists with ACSD, be it the Truex Cullens report that had no options in which Ripton was kept open. And to suggest that Ripton has not been engaged in this conversation and that we engaged only at the end, that's not correct. We have been engaged in every avenue available to us in this conversation to try and work through it. So I would just encourage you all to explore the record that exists of this conversation for yourselves. Thank you.
Yeah, and again, as far as the whole school closure, I mean, that's not within our purview, right? That's we have a very specific task at hand. So I'm glad to hear that you have engaged the assistance of this Vermont School Boards Association, because having some good guidance, I think is really really critical at this point as you move forward, because there are a lot of technical details where you're certainly going to need qualified assistance, and it's going to be really important for your voters and your taxpayers to know that the analysis that you're presenting to them comes from a place of some authority and experience. So with that, any final closing comments from board members? Okay, so not seeing any at this time, we'll call for a vote. So all those in favor of adopting the motion as presented, please signify by saying yes or aye and raising your hand, please.
Yes.
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 Okay. Those opposed, please signify by saying no and raising your hand. Are there any abstentions? It appears that the motion has carried unanimously. The motion has carried unanimously, and you've adopted the motion as presented. So I thank members from ACSD, Ripton, Superintendent Burrows for joining us today. Wish you well, and again, if there's specific action for the board to take, we will certainly engage that. So long as it's within our statutory authority, we'll take it up at that point. So with that, if you wouldn't mind turning your cameras off and muting, other than members of the board, we'll actually we're at break now. So in some ways we're a little bit behind schedule, but otherwise we're not, because we did pick up some time. So I'm going to propose that we reconvene at, let's say if we take a 50, if we reconvene at 9:50, is that agreeable? Jennifer, I see your hand is up.
Yeah, I was just going to mention there was an updated spreadsheet that was emailed out shortly after this meeting began, actually. There's no substantive changes. It was really more, as I was going through the spreadsheet with Emily last night, we identified a couple of areas where like we had failed to note, accepted or rejected in the relevant column. So my only suggestion is during the break, if you all want to pull up the spreadsheet that was just emailed earlier this morning and use that as our working document, I think it'll be less confusing.
Excellent. Okay, great. So we will we'll stand in recess until 9:50. Please be back promptly. We'll start right up then. Thank you. And by any chance, we have Megan Roy and Marilyn Mahusky with us?
Hi, it's Marilyn. I'm
here. Excellent.
We're both here.
Perfect. Yes, wonderful. Good morning. Good morning. Alrighty. So we're now out of recess. I do see a quorum present. So at this point, I'm going to turn the meeting over to Jennifer, and I do want to note, and my apologies, I do need to step away at 11 o'clock. So Jennifer will lead the meeting from that point on. I hope to return as quickly as I can. Hopefully it'll be about 45 minutes, but So anyway, so Jennifer, the gavel is yours.
All right, well, thank you. So just to recap where we are, this is the Rule Series 2200 update with the offshoot of Rule Series 7000. And I thought it'd be helpful just to provide a brief overview, just to refresh everyone, where we are. I'm actually, once I do the overview, I'm going to turn it over to Donna to take care of the Rule 7000 series first, for a couple of reasons. But and then once that's taken care of, then we'll return back to the 2200 series, for which you guys have the spreadsheet that we will be going through. So just as a reminder, the Rule Series 2200 was opened in order to make changes mandated by Act 173 of 2018 relating to enhancing the effectiveness, availability, and equity of services provided to students who require additional support. The bulk of the changes to the Rule Series, both in the first instance and in response to public comment, have been crafted by the Act 173 Advisory Group. This was a group that was convened by the Legislature within the language of Act 173. And within that advisory group, there have been various subcommittees that have been formed depending on which issues were at stake that were then brought back to the advisory group. And certainly our work in the 2200 subcommittee has been really reliant on those members as sort of the experts in the room. We've had, I think, a really good working relationship with the advisory group. And I, first want to appreciate the work that they have all done, both putting the draft rules together and then also really taking a look at the consensus language that they reached in response to public comment, just to make sure that their intent was adequately communicated. During our 2200 subcommittee work, the state board had its own little subcommittee that was really looking at quick wins, not necessarily related to Act 173, but areas of improvement that we felt could be made while the Rule Series was open that really go to matters of student health and safety. So those have also been tacked on to the Rule Series. And then in the course of those meetings last spring, we had a representative from ASNE, which is the Association of Independent Schools in New England, appear and request to be included on the list of recognized accrediting agencies. Currently, Rule 2223, I believe, cross-references Rule 7320, which is currently where accrediting agencies are listed by name. And that really prompted the subcommittee to look at the Rule Series 7000 to realize that A, that list needs to be updated, and B, is there a better way to do this? So that sort of allowed the offshoot for the work on Rule 7000, where, as Donna will explain, we're really looking to repeal the bulk of the rule as superfluous with, no real new information that's being provided other than the list of accrediting agencies, which is listed in Rule 7320. So both the 7000 series and the 2200 series have been updated. We've been before ICAR, we've had public meetings, and now we're kind of at the point where we've gone through the public comment that we've received, and I think 7000 is ready to go. Hopefully that'll be taken care of today, and we can vote final approval of the changes that we've proposed. 2200, we're a couple steps behind, but the subcommittee has really done good work going through the public comments that we received. There were, I think, 81 total, and all of them are in various stages of completion, which we'll talk about when we get to that part of this agenda item. So I think at this point, I'll pause for questions, but then if there aren't any, I'll turn it over to Donna. Oliver.
So just a clarification or reminder for folks. So there's sort of within 2200, there are two classes of rules. So there is a large subset of rules that were came out of Act 173. So there are changes that were mandated by 173, but then there's another class of rules which the boards, as Jennifer alluded to, sort of tacked on, took advantage of this rulemaking. The intent is that those rules that the board developed outside of the 173 process, which address some important health and safety matters, some concerns around civil rights, and a complaint process, those are the ones that are big ones that come to mind. The intent is we want those to take effect immediately. The 173 rules won't take effect until July 1st of 2023, which tracks with the legislation. So I just want to make sure everybody's clear on that. And that's really important because we have a backlog of independent school approvals that we're holding off on until those rules come into force, because we want to make sure that we're holding schools going forward accountable to those new standards that we have proposed here.
Yeah, thank you for highlighting that. There in the decision tree and all of this, it's there are a lot of different avenues depending on which rules we're discussing. So it's important to keep all of that in mind. But yes, it is important that and really this has spurred the committee to stay on track to try to get these rules to completion so that we can address the backlog of independent school approvals, since the changes looking at that are not related to Act 173, would have direct bearing on those approvals. Are there any other questions? All right. Well, Donna, I'm going to turn it over to you to address the Rule Series 7000.
Okay. As the Vice Chair just mentioned, there are two changes that are made to the Rule 7000 series that are proposed to be made. The first is primarily housekeeping. It would immediately repeal a number of the rules which serve no independent purpose, but which are just cross-references to other statutes or rules that exist in other places. The real relatively substantive part of the amendments to 7000 would be to repeal, effective July 1, 2024, Rule 7320, which is that list of accredited accreditation agencies. Though I talked with you briefly last month, and the one change that was requested by the public was to amend that list just to bring one of the names up to date for what the current name of the entity is. So the question before you, and I'm happy to answer any questions, but the question before you would be whether or not you are willing to vote to file the final proposed rule series with the Legislative Committee on Administrative Rules and the Secretary of State's office.
Do we want a motion? I would move that we vote to approve Rule Series 7000. Did I get the numbers right? Okay, I'm sorry. As presented, and move them onto the LCAR process.
And I'll second that.
Terrific. Any discussion? Oliver?
I'll just propose a friendly amendment, if I could, to also authorize the chair to sign the requisite paperwork.
I accept that friendly amendment.
Okay. Hearing no discussion at this time, I will. Everyone who is in favor of the motion as made by Kim with the friendly amendment by Oliver, please signify by saying aye. And raise your hand. Aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed, please signify by saying no and raising your hand. Are there any abstentions? All right, hearing none, the motion has carried. Thank you all.
Thank you. I'll have that sent off to them today.
Great, thank you, Donna. Okay, now turning back to the Rule Series 2200, just to sort of flesh out the remainder of that process, we received the 81 substantive comments from, I believe, 11 different individuals or entities. So Emily has prepared a spreadsheet to really break down each one of those substantive comments, and the subcommittee has met several times to process them. We had a discussion and felt that it was appropriate with regard to the comments that went to the Act 173 language that was first proposed by the Act 173 Census-Based Funding Advisory Group. We invited them to take a first pass at the public comments to really look at the language that they had prepared to see whether their consensus language was really reflective of their intent in light of the public comment. So most of those comments have been processed by the Act 173 Advisory Group and then have come back to the 2200 subcommittee. And I think at this point, what would be helpful is if Megan Roy wants to speak to the process that her group has done, just to provide an overview there, and where, because there are some remaining comments that have yet to be processed. So I think if we got an update on that as well, that would be helpful.
Hi, thanks, Jennifer. I can do that. Sorry, I can't see anyone's faces, so I will just talk. Yeah, so what I think makes sense, and this is in line with what Jennifer just shared, to give a little bit of background to the advisory group's process, and I'll try not to repeat, but as she shared, the advisory group did approve this current set of rules, and by approve, I mean endorse. It's not our role to approve them. Last year when they were created, and the rules were created out of the work of a subcommittee of advisory group members and other stakeholders working directly with the agency. And there were a number of issues that were discussed and agreed upon in that stakeholder group, resulting in the draft set of rules. Two of the primary issues that the stakeholder group at the time wrestled with were issues around enrollment practices, non-discriminatory enrollment practices related to disability, and also rate setting and the approval process. And those are two of the issues that came out in public comment that caused the subcommittee to want to ask the advisory group to revisit. And although we typically wouldn't revisit an initial endorsement, because the issues highlighted in public comment were the very issues that we had circled around ourselves, we thought it would be prudent to revisit it. So that's, again, a little bit of a restatement of what Jennifer was sharing, but just to give some perspective as to how the advisory group took that task. So the advisory group has had some full discussion on the public comments in January and in December, our last two meetings. And relative to rate setting and financial transparency, the group is not recommending changes. So that would be Rule 2232. And that's after a lengthy discussion. The group kind of acknowledged, and we talked about this later at the subcommittee meeting, that the advisory group recognizes that the language in 2232 came out of compromise language drafted by the stakeholder group, and they remain comfortable with that language. The other issue raised in a number of the public comments, and again, we lumped the public comments into these two issues as an advisory group, was about non-discriminatory enrollment practices. And the advisory group did not take action to recommend language, but acknowledged that it felt language changes would be helpful. and tasked a couple of members of the stakeholder group to work to draft those. And so those comments, draft language to resolve those comments is still being discussed by that subgroup. And it is a little confusing. There's lots of different groups working on it, but the advisory group is hoping to have a revised set of language to be able to give input to in order to then share with the state board what its consensus opinion is. And I'll stop there because I may be confusing the process.
Okay, well, thank you so much, Megan. And I think we have members of that sort of last remaining subcommittee that is considering the language surrounding non-discriminatory enrollment practices here. So I don't know if any of you, Mill, Matt, Marilyn, I don't know if Cammie's on the line, but if anyone wants to chime in, you're certainly welcome to. You don't have to.
Hi, it's Marilyn. I'd be happy to chime in. Let's put my camera on here. Good morning. Thank you. Megan had referred to the advisory group sort of tasking a subset of that group to work on that non-discriminatory language. And that consisted primarily of Mill and Matt and I, and then a colleague of mine within the Disability Law Project. So we have, as of yesterday, I circulated a final proposal. I've not gotten final feedback from the Independent Schools Association or the Council of Independent Schools, but I think it's language that if it's not consensus, it's pretty darn close to consensus. So I think we'll continue to have conversations about that, working towards consensus. I've circulated it to the broader group of the advisory group, or some members. I guess I need to ask the staff if they will circulate that to the entirety of the group so that people have an opportunity to weigh in. And I believe that the subcommittee then is planning on scheduling another meeting for us to hopefully discuss some of these issues and resolve them. And then I'll leave it to others to discuss what that process might be at the next meeting. I mean, Megan touched on that. So I think the next meeting at the advisory group, we should be in a position where we can agree on some sort of consensus language to bring back to this body.
Thank you. Oliver?
Yeah, so first of all, I want to thank everybody. I know this has been a really long process, and I appreciate everybody working towards consensus. And I know I've been keeping everybody on task and being pretty firm on timelines. So I really appreciate everybody kind of rising to the occasion. I do want to keep us on track for February to get this to LCAR. And I recognize there have been circumstances that are unavoidable in people's lives, and I'm very sensitive to that. So the intent here is that today Jennifer's going to walk through what has been resolved, and I want to get the state board sort of concurrence with that. And my thinking is that Jennifer and I will convene a meeting, a special meeting of the state board between now and our February meeting to essentially do the same thing with the remaining issues. Marilyn, once your group has come to final consensus, and Megan, when you feel comfortable that the advisory group has done so as well. And what that allows us to do is to finalize those things and set clear direction for the AOE staff so they can prepare the final draft, which will then be voted on in February. So hopefully everybody is more or less on board with that as a general approach. I'm seeing heads nod. That's great. Thank you.
Right, so when we get to the spreadsheet, you will notice, I'm just forecasting here, there are columns that are still marked in red, which is to say that they have not yet, the subcommittee has not yet discussed them and have proposed resolution of them. So those red columns pertain to the work that is still being undertaken by by Milmore, Matt Forrest, Marilyn Mahusky, to really provide that consensus language that will then, once they reach their internal agreement, will then be shared with the entire Act 173 advisory group for its endorsement. And then it will come back to our Rule 2200 subcommittee. And at that point, we should be ready to have a special meeting convened for the State Board of Education to process this final batch of comments. So we're close, and sensitive too to the fact that Emily has some drafting that she is trying to craft language that will be responsive so that we can vote final approval, hopefully in February. So that sort of tees up the spreadsheet. And I think, Emily, would it be helpful to share your screen with the spreadsheet so that we can go through?
I'd be happy to do that. And also the cover memo whenever you want, Jennifer.
Yes,
So
I think now we're ready for the cover memo.
Okay, we should all be looking at my screen with a memo from the committee to the state board members. Can I get a thumbs up? Thank you. Okay, we're going to go through this very quickly because it's intended only to orient you to the content in the spreadsheet, and we can go to the spreadsheet next because I'm sure there will be questions about individual comments and responses. So here is just some high-level information that Jennifer alluded to already about the spreadsheet itself. One really important thing that I want folks to understand is that the individual rows represent only, as Jennifer said, 11 individuals or entities. So the level of detail or the grain size to which this is broken out is really small. And also the summary is my summary, reading the information submitted by the individuals or entities and then putting it into the spreadsheet. So it's any errors are mine in characterizing the comments, and all state board members have all comments.
Thank you, Emily. I want to make sure that because we did send out all the public comment a few months ago. So if you've not received it, please let us know. Otherwise, we'll assume that you've all received and had the opportunity to review that comment. Thank you.
So the important thing about the spreadsheet is that the column for proposed SBE response is the committee's work on disposing of the comment, providing commentary on the board's rationale for accepting or rejecting the comment. That's probably the most important column for your consideration today, because your vote will be provisionally approving those responses. And then other things just for tracking, there are many columns that are hidden. If you're interested in the information that we've moved beyond, such as the name of the person who submitted it, the date, the status, you can unhide those columns at your leisure and find probably more information than you are interested in. Again, we have 81 individual comments. Our totals are a little bit updated, but we have just under 20 unresolved comments as of today. So first, there are some thematic reasons that the committee is recommending that comments be rejected. The easiest for the committee to determine was those comments that fall outside the authority of the board in this rulemaking. Some comments were directed to the General Assembly by their nature, by their terms. Some were asking for changes that would conflict with either the text of Act 173 or the text of statute as it exists. And just a couple of comments were well received by the committee that had not been subject to a lot of transparent public debate because of the timing of public comment. And so those have been identified as more appropriate for consideration in a subsequent rulemaking, because in those cases, the public comment was submitted on the last day of public comment, and so no one else was able to digest and respond to that totally new concept. Then the second thematic reason that a comment would have been rejected is because it was, and we'll go through some examples of responses, but because it was related to topics where there was already significant work from all relevant stakeholders and a really difficult compromise. For these comments, as Jennifer said and as Megan said, the Act 173 advisory group looked again to make sure that their intent was represented in the rule in light of the comments received, and the advisory, the 2200 committee has provided a response that expresses where the committee is coming from, but in general, there's been a really difficult compromise reached. Any changes would totally upset that compromise and send the board back really to square one with the rulemaking on that topic. Then switching to thematic reasons that comments were accepted. The first is the committee already had an intention to clarify and expand the application of the Public Accommodations Act anti-discrimination provisions in the rules for approval. So the text that's being considered and has been approved by the committee is here. It's just an excerpt from where it would appear in the draft. You'll see this in context in the draft, assuming you approve this at your February meeting. But this is the language that the committee has approved. It responds to about 5 individual comments. Then there was a grab bag of requests for clarification, different types that were non-substantive, one change that aligns to statute related to criminal background checks, one change about post-secondary accreditation that this board has heard about several times, and then some comments to align AOE process with the text of the rule. Also, if you're not an agency employee, probably non-substantive, but makes important process improvements for us. So that's the cover memo. Any questions there? I'll go to the spreadsheet next.
No, just a reminder, board members to mute yourselves, because I think, Emily, you tend to pick up a lot of echo if others aren't muted, so that would be helpful while Emily's speaking.
Okay, here I'll just make some comments so that everyone is oriented again to how to use the spreadsheet. One important note is that there is a Y or an N in the color-coded section for accessibility purposes. This is not the most perfectly accessible system, but it is one that's been necessary just due to the multiple details and types of information in the spreadsheet. So that's a really important column. It tells you that right now we have 19 of 81 comments still to be resolved by the working group that's ongoing, and then 46 that are ready for your preliminary action today. So here in column E, you've got what people are asking for. In column G, you've got the proposal from the committee for a response to that individual comment, tracking the status, and then a summary of whether the proposed response is a rejection or an acceptance of the change requested by the comment itself.
Hi, excuse me. From your end, are you able to enlarge the print? It's so small on my end, I don't know. If not, it's okay. There you go. Thanks, Emily.
So I am hesitant to really scroll through this spreadsheet because I'm afraid of making you motion sick, but there are a few places where I think it is helpful to see the responses in context along the same themes covered in the memo. So authority issues, comments that were rejected because thematically they fall outside the authority of the board, appear here at the top in rows 2 through 5. And then we're going to go down to row 21 for another example. So I'll give folks a few minutes to just familiarize yourself with the real variety of comments that fall outside the board's authority. And of course, any questions for me or Jennifer here? Or Jennifer, anything you wanted to point out?
Well, the only thing I would add is on row 4, you'll note that, and that's the one that says with regard to the language of 2223.3, the SBE is constrained by statute. So I think it's fair to say that we are rejecting that public comment. But then the second sentence is with regard to language in 2229, the Act 173 advisory group will review. So that second half is still what's being considered by the Act 173 advisory group subcommittee that will then go back to the Act 173 full advisory group. So that, which is why that column is still noted as a no, because it's half of it is still in process. And I can see that someone has their hand up. I can't see who it is, though.
Jennifer, it's Tammy. May I ask a quick question? May I ask a quick question?
Sure.
I just want to make sure that I'm clear that the language for non-discriminatory practices and admissions has not yet been addressed. That language is being considered by a subcommittee that's going to come back to the work group that then is going to make a recommendation, but that is one of the unresolved things in this spreadsheet. Am I understanding correct? I just want to make sure, because there's a lot going on here.
Exactly. The only thing I would correct about what you just said is that language was considered in the first instance by the Act 173 advisory group, but it is now being reconsidered in light of the public comment received.
Thank you for that clarification. That was my understanding, and I want to just make sure that when I'm looking at this and what we're talking about today it is exclusive of that conversation that we're going to have. That's going to come back to us after this additional process. Correct?
Exactly. So the shorthand here is that any public comments that pertain to the issue of non-discriminatory enrollment practices by independent schools that receive public funds is still being reconsidered, and that batch of public comments will be addressed at a special State Board of Ed meeting within the next couple of weeks.
Thank you, Jennifer, and thank you, Emily. I know this is a lot of work.
Well, and I give Emily great credit for making this as clear as it is, because it was not an easy task. Any other questions before we move on down the spreadsheet? All right, Emily.
So in row 21 at the bottom of your screen, there's just another example of a comment that touches on really asking for us to adopt language that would conflict with Act 173. So just giving you more examples of how many of the issues that were interesting to members of the public had already been determined by Act 173 itself. So next, I wanted to make sure you laid your eyes on the proposed responses that deal with particularly the rate setting rule, where the interest of both the Act 173 advisory group and the committee is in maintaining the important and delicate compromise that had been reached earlier in the process. So here in row 56 is a wonderful example. So here you can see the really detailed comment that was considered by the committee, then the Act 173 advisory group, and then the State Board committee again, resulting in this proposed response stating that the rule as proposed represents a difficult compromise among representatives of LEAs, the agency, and approved independent schools, proposing that the State Board accept the census-based funding advisory groups recommendation to retain language as drafted. And in making this recommendation, the advisory group relied on the agency giving examples of how the rule balances protection of public dollars against preservation of independent schools, autonomy, and financial management. Several variations of these elements appear in response to many of the comments on Rule 2232.
And Emily, I'll just jump in here. The subcommittee, we did spend a lot of time sort of crafting this language for our proposed response here. And one of the things that was really important to us as a subcommittee is that the underlying language was endorsed, I guess is the best word, by LEAs, the AOE, and the independent schools. So we felt like there was really good representation in the original crafting of that language, and everyone felt comfortable with the language, and by contrast, did not feel comfortable really digging back into it because it was such, I think it's fair to say it was difficult for that 2232 subcommittee of the Act 173 advisory group to reach the consensus that it reached. I think every member on that subcommittee put in an awful lot of really hard work to achieve the consensus that they did, and we felt that it was appropriate to respect that and not, upset the apple cart. Kim?
Can you just remind everybody, Jennifer, what who all was represented in that subcommittee?
Well, Emily's probably going to be a better memory than me. I know Emily was there. Millmore, on behalf of the Vermont Independent School Association, was there.
Two heads of therapeutic independent schools, three special education administrators, or two, and then one delegate for someone who is absent. Megan's nodding. And did I forget anybody, Megan? Okay, that was exactly 1 year ago that they started meeting.
Hi, Ms. Samuels, my video isn't working. You just used an acronym. Did you say LEA?
Yes, that's the local education agency.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the clarification.
Yeah, thank you. Sorry about that.
And Emily, sorry, there was someone from the agency as part of that discussion as well, right?
It was me.
Oh, yeah, okay, yeah.
So Jennifer, I'm just going to scroll down. The next couple of rows give different variations on this theme, and I think people would appreciate seeing the level of detail that the committee is proposing for each comment. There is sort of a boilerplate response, but the committee has been careful to tailor it to each comment individually.
And can you just say what line you're on, because your screen's enlarged?
Yeah, we can only really see one at a time. So for example, line 62 is an instance of a comment along the same themes about the rate setting rule, but the committee gave a really specific response to this comment, stating that the term that's being discussed, restricted revenue sources, although it is not defined in the text of the proposed rule, there is a widely accepted definition from the Financial Accounting Standards Board, and that we checked around and all parties seem to accept that definition. Line 63 is another version of just what Jennifer has been saying, retaining the language as proposed because of the compromise that was achieved. If there aren't questions about that theme, I'm gonna move us on to the various reasons that comments were accepted, which is gonna take us kind of back to the top of the spreadsheet. So if you get car sick, close your eyes. Okay. I'll call your attention to line 11, which is the first instance of a comment speaking to the non-discrimination or public accommodations elements that this commenter wanted to see expressed more strongly in the rule. As a result, in line 11, the proposed response is that the state board will amend the proposed rule responding to this comment and point to new proposed language, which appears in the cover memo. It appears in several documents that the committee has been using, but it doesn't appear here in the spreadsheet. It's incorporated by reference in the spreadsheet. So just to be crystal clear, if the state board provisionally approves this response, that's a very clear direction to me as the person drafting the final proposed rule to use that language to insert it into the current draft, make all necessary conforming changes. This same request, I won't go to every line, but you can find the same request in lines 13, 14, and 20. Okay, I'm not seeing any questions on that, so I'll show you the last thing I wanted to really call your attention to in the spreadsheet was examples of where the request was for non-substantive changes that would provide more clarity in the draft. The first example is in line 18. Very simple, asking for references to titles rather than just rule numbers. This proposed response will have me as the drafter review the entire rule to see where parenthetical references will enhance readability. It's a really good point. Not everybody knows that Rule 2226 lists the elements of the application. Other examples are in line 26. We're going to clarify the use of report versus recommendation in the draft rule. Those terms our staff doesn't think truly interchangeable. There are two important things that both go to both the secretary and the board, and we wanted to be clear about who does what. I can go to more examples. Line 27 is another instance where the draft is unclear in how it interacts with statute, in this case with section 828. So we're going to amend to remove the language that is in conflict with 828, would not apply anyways, and would just confuse readers of the rule. I have about 11 more examples, but I won't go to them unless there's a specific request to see those, because they're, again, all non-substantive as to the policy of the rule, their clarification. Kim's got her hand up.
Yeah, Kim.
I just wanted to highlight that this was an area that was a little bit was a little bit of an aha in our subcommittee. The conflict with 828 and the consideration that standards for that we are talking about for those approved and then approved to receive tuition in-state have a conflict in 828 because out-of-state independents won't need to meet any of the standards we've described for in-state in the way 828 is currently written. And I believe Senate Ed is looking at that section of the law generally. So we might consider whether or not that's consistent with the intent. And, just recognize that as that section of the law is open, Senate Ed may want to consider where there may be inconsistencies. Thanks.
Jennifer, I'd suggest you might want to take that back to your committee for discussion and then bring back any thoughts to the full board on that particular topic.
Jennifer, just to let you know, that was my last thematic walkthrough, the areas where amendments are to provide clarity. If there's anywhere else you wanted me to go in the spreadsheet, I'm ready to do that, or I can stop sharing my screen. I don't know where we're going from here.
And thank you. Oh, before I continue, Lyle, you had a question?
Just a quick question. Did we get a copy of the memo, Emily, or is that something we can get?
Yes, it was emailed to you yesterday evening. It might be fastest now to go to the website listing the materials for today. It's under item H, and I believe it is referred to as a summary.
Got it. Thank you very much.
So what we're proposing to do today is, if anyone has any particular questions about things that have been highlighted in green as resolved, either they've been resolved because they've been accepted or they've been resolved because they've been rejected, I would ask, anyone to raise specific questions about any of those. That's kind of one category of comments that we are, moving through today. And then the second category are things that are highlighted in yellow that have been resolved by the subcommittee, but Emily is still drafting the language that will be presented at the February board meeting. So if anyone has any questions about those, please, raise your hands. And I think, once everyone is comfortable with what's in the spreadsheet and what we're proposing to do today, what I'd like to do is, entertain a motion to at least push those comments that have been resolved in some fashion, basically everything other than the red columns, to move those through to provisional approval. Oliver.
Yes, and with that, I just want to be clear as well that everybody's on the same page and is agreeable to that there should be a distinction in the enactment dates of the different sections of rules. So the rules that came about as a result of Act 173, those by virtue of this statutory directive will not go into effect until July 1st of 2023. But those rules that were not dictated by 173, i.e. the rules that we developed sort of on our own, the intent is we want to see the draft language express that those should go into effect as soon as they've been blessed by LCAR. So I just want to make sure that everybody's on the same page and there are no objections to that. So I think, Jennifer, were you looking for a motion?
I do have a motion that I will read and offer, someone to move. I just want to make sure that everyone's comfortable with what we're moving, and I'm not hearing any disagreement, but just, want to put that out there so that we're all comfortable with the next step here.
And can I just clarify too? I presume that the pieces that'll come back to us from this group, it sounds like in a special board meeting, I'm assuming our subcommittee will meet before then, as will maybe the full census-based advisory group. But we will eventually vote on the full rules, and what we're voting on now is to really kind of charge Emily with putting our language into context in the rules that for these matters that we've addressed through public comment response. And if something should change about what otherwise comes and need additional modification, we are not stuck with holding on to language if it doesn't fit when it's all put together. And that's just what I'm understanding we're voting on, that Emily has drafted us some language that's responsive to the comments and where we stood on them as a subcommittee. And obviously, before full approval happens, we'll have the opportunity to see it all in context. And that's what everybody thinks we're doing, right? I just wanted to make sure. I'm not saying, I just want to sort of clarify for both myself and all of us taking this vote that we're really basically just voting to charge Emily to put it all together for us at this point, based on everybody having now heard our response as a subcommittee to the comments.
That is correct. Thank you.
Yes, Kim, I think you said it well, but I really want to highlight that or underscore the point that, you know, now is really the time to sort of ask questions that you have. What I don't want to have happen is that you know, we go through this whole process, we send Emily off drafting, and then we come back in February and there are a bunch of questions that come up that could have been addressed today. That's really the purpose of today, is to try to resolve those issues. To your point, Kim, obviously if there's something, you know, significant that we as a board missed, you know, we'll have the opportunity to address that. But I don't want this to become an invitation to, you know, not do our homework today and end up sort of delaying the process.
So with that, I think maybe, Emily, what would be helpful is way to spend our time is, I think the comments that were addressed by the Act 173 Advisory Group, I feel extremely comfortable with the layers of review that have occurred with those public comments. Not that I don't feel comfortable with the other ones, but I think, you know, what I would represent to the full board is that, you know, the various stakeholder groups have had multiple opportunities to have input on those public comments. And, you know, my recommendation to the board is that we leave those comments and accept them as proposed by the Act 173 Advisory Group. And I think maybe what might be helpful in terms of just really buttoning everything up is if, Emily, you want to walk through the yellow columns just to kind of give a brief overview of the language that you're going to be drafting for us that we'll see, you know, in February, just so that, you know, everyone has full information and we know what we're voting on.
Sure, I'll sort the spreadsheet by color so that we can look at this all together one moment.
Thank you.
Okay, so now we have all the items that have a D for drafting that are resolved as to content but are highlighted in yellow so that we do not lose that we're not done with this comment. We have further work, and that further work is to change the draft rule according to the proposed response. So we can go through these, Jennifer, one by one. Do you want to lead us through those? Sorry, I'm noticing that after I sort, I lose all the text showing at once, which is really annoying. Or do you want me to walk us through those, Jennifer? What's your preference?
I'm muted, sorry. Well, I think, so line 2, this is the language that you've put together in the cover memo. So this is an example of the language that the committee approved in concept, sent it back, Emily drafted it, and then brought it back to us for, you know, our approval of, you know, her sort of capturing the intent of the subcommittee. So I think that one, you have that language that you can look at, and that pertains to line 2 as well as line 3. Line 4, I'm not sure where you are in the process on that.
It's the, line 4, the state auditor's report. We have proposed language in the AOE written comment that's been voted as acceptable by the committee. It's the language that appears in the memo about criminal background checks.
Okay.
The same AOE written comment submitted during public comment also applies to line 5. That's where the action that you just took, Home Rule Series 7000, also requires a very small modification to one of the 2200 rules around approval. And so we have approved language from the committee to incorporate into Rule 2223, sorry, Rule 2223. Then line 6 is really one of those non-substantive edits. Line 7 is a comment from the Independent Schools Association that relates to non-discriminatory practices and goes along with the language in the memo for amending Rule 2226 and 2227 to very clearly refer to the Public Accommodations Act. So this is grouped with comments in the lines above that Jennifer highlighted. Then we have in line 8, one of those clarifications. Make sure that text all displays. We've talked about line 9 just a moment ago. Line 10 is a rule about the community high school of Vermont within the corrections system. There's some confusing language that the committee determined would be clearer if it did not appear. That's a non-substantive edit. Here we have a typo. We had a commissioner still hanging around when we only want a secretary on line 11. On line 12, this is a rule about the approval of tutorial programs. This commenter pointed out that although the rule does clearly require the minimum numbers of hours a week, if you only read one subset of those rules, you would not see that criteria. So we're going to more clearly use some lead-in language to knit those two rules together so that it's really reader assistance. So you'll know you need to look at both rules to get the full picture. Line 13 is one of those changes that will really help clarify practice within the agency, but it's again about tutorial programs. Right now, as a matter of practice between AOE and AHS, only residential tutorial programs get a rate set by the agency, so we're going to clarify that in the rule. Jennifer, is this the right level of detail that you're hoping for? Okay, thanks. Line 14, what's going on here?
That was the one with the distance schools where we just wanted to make it clear that distance learning schools are not eligible for a tuition payment by a resident district. And because I think everyone sort of at the higher level knew that, but we felt that it wasn't really clear to members of the public. So we're really just putting that into the rule to make sure that everyone knows, and so that parents don't enroll their students thinking that they might get a tuition payment by their district and then realize after the fact that they don't qualify.
That's exactly right. That was one where the statute was very clear and just hadn't been quoted, so to speak, in the rule. Okay, thank you. Line 15 is again one of those pesky reports and recommendations that were used interchangeably in the text of the rule, and we feel it's more clear to say that the written report includes a recommendation. That's for the approval of distance learning programs. Here we're gonna, in line 16, or if you're following along on your own page, it would actually be row 53 because I've sorted the spreadsheet differently. We're gonna be more consistent with tuition definitions, tuition from public funds. There are, as you know, multiple kinds of tuition in this rule series, so it's really important to be crystal clear. This is a very long comment relating to Rule 2229. We're gonna add, this is actually a really important one. Rule 2229 is the new rule being written to implement the Charge in Act 173 for an independent school to enroll all students who require special education, there are a list of assurances related to special education that the school signs in order to receive approval. So the comment asked for further assurances. The proposed response says the rule does require assurances related to providing services and making sure that those services are appropriately delivered. But the comment pointed out that there were no assurances about record storage, maintenance, and upkeep of records upon school closure. That was not an element of Act 173. It was not an element of your current rule. So the committee determined that it would be prudent to require a policy for record retention by the school in the event of its closure to parallel what is required by a post-secondary school, which the board's very familiar with that process. I can see that Lyle has his hand up, Jennifer. I'm not sure if you can see that.
Yeah, I can. Thank you. Was that the end of the yellow columns, or were there more?
That's the last yellow.
That's what I thought. Awesome. Okay. So Lyle and then Tammy. And thank you so much, Emily, for going through that.
Yeah, that was great. And I'm just catching up here. My apologies. I'm going back to line 48, and you can tell me you'll answer this question offline at some point, but this is referencing distance learning schools, and I assume this doesn't have anything to do with the Vermont Virtual Learning Cooperative. Doesn't the state have a special arrangement with them, or is that unrelated completely to that comment?
No, that's a really good question. The prohibition on paying tuition is related to a student being enrolled in a distance learning school, so that their only enrollment would be not in a public school, not in an approved independent school, but totally 100% in a distance learning school. When a student attends, we use the word attends very loosely, VTVLC, they are enrolled in their public school or in their approved independent school and receive courses and enrichment paid for by the school in which they're enrolled from VTVLC. So it's not, that prohibition does not apply in the VTVLC situation because they remain enrolled in an approved entity.
Thank you. Thank you.
Tammy.
Thank you. Toggling here between my law book and this. I am looking back at it, and I have the spreadsheet up on my computer because it was hard to follow on Emily's computer. I'm going back to the comment with respect that with 2229.6, 2232D states that all schools receiving public funds must be required to establish and maintain financial management system. In that comment, there's also this second part that says, in addition, prior to receiving approval to receive public funds, all schools must be required to provide documentation, both sending school and the state, et cetera. And this includes, and there's a list, attendance, transcripts, progress reports, grades, et cetera, including documentation logs showing the delivery of special ed. Emily, I think I heard you say, and I'm looking at column G now, that there are assurances are already in the regulations with respect to providing services and appropriate delivery of services. I think my question is do the existing assurances itemize out these specific things that the commenter requested? Is my question making sense? It's one thing to say that there are assurances. It's another thing to have the assurances that they have actually identified in regulation. So I'm just trying to understand, do these two things correspond?
And just for the benefit of folks following along on the screen, Tammy, is that comment labeled 66?
It is on my screen. It is, and you have the same one up now.
Okay. So no, the terms that the commenter are using are not the same terms used in Act 173. The rule uses the language from Act 173 for this list of assurances. They are in general more or only related to the delivery of special education and the compliance with IDEA. So sending representatives to IEP meetings is an example of an assurance. There's not an exact item for item match between the rule and the comment, but the rule uses the requirements from Act 173.
May I ask a follow-up question? Is there a reason not to be this specific in the rule with regard to these things? And in particular, I'm curious about sort of documentation logs showing the delivery of special education and related services as required by the IEP. And the reason I bring that up is, right, the IEP is essentially developed by the LEA. What assurances do the LEA then have that the exact services and supports identified on the IEP have been provided?
So, and I wonder too, since this pertains to Rule 2229, and I think that is one of the rules that is being reconsidered by this Act 173 subcommittee. I don't know if there's anyone still on from that group that might be able to answer the question. Like, I don't know if this is being sort of tinkered with by that subcommittee.
And I'm not trying to necessarily go down a rabbit hole, but I think what I understand sort of the idea that it was resolved in sort of a large sense, that there are assurances, but to me that I think just providing a general assurance and saying it's resolved in that way feels kind of different than resolved with respect to these specific requests. And I'm just curious about that. I think I see Megan Rye's hand up. I'd love to hear from you, Megan.
Yeah, what I would say is the language that we are looking or still having a conversation about related to 2229 really doesn't speak to records and things like that. It really speaks to the enrollment process and how LEAs and independent schools will work together around service provision. So if that helps, yes, those two things are connected, but this language that we are working on is really about the service delivery process piece.
And in saying that, Megan, are you saying that when you say service delivery piece, are there references to specific assurances that would be required with regard to service delivery?
So the draft is about, so first, elsewhere than 2229, it does talk about overall, and that's further up in Emily's memo. It just has a more global statement about, practices and ability of the school to demonstrate that. And then in the 2229, that's really looking at what will happen upon enrollment. So an IEP team convenes, discusses services, the independent school and the LEA will participate. So that's what 2229 talks about. It doesn't really get into assurances. It talks about process related to the IEP and service provision. I think the assurances piece is further up.
If I may, I do see Tom's hand. I'm still curious about why it is then that we're not being more specific with the assurances. I mean, 173 provides some sort of broad guardrails. Is there a reason that we're not being specific with regard to assurances related to actually service provision?
So, and I see Emily and Tom. I'm not sure who had your hand up first, but Tom.
Yeah, thank you. So, and Emily, you can correct me if my memory's off. So this is not before a school gets the funds. This is documentation after they have provided services. Is the way this comment reads, and it's not specific itself. It has an et cetera in there, as if there are a number of things that you need to do as part of the IEP 504 process. These are just some of the records that are shared between the school and the LEA. And this comment said that basically what it says is the school needs to comply with the law as it is for 504 and IEPs is the way that I read that language. It's not an assurance ahead of time. It's documentation after the fact.
Which is already required by law.
Correct.
I could just add a couple of the elements of, so I'm reading from Act 173. Some of these assurances or the way these are worded are responsive to what Tammy's asking. So one assurance is that the school commits to implementing the IEP of an enrolled student with special education needs, providing the required services and appropriately documenting the services and the student's progress. It also agrees to communicate with the responsible LEA concerning the development of and any changes to the IEP, services provided under the IEP, and recommendations for a change in the services provided, the student's progress, the maintenance of the student's enrollment in the independent school, and any identification issues. There are more, but those are the ones that I'm hearing, Tammy, and I think those are responsive to those questions.
And Emily, I'm sorry, what was that in rule or statute?
Statute.
Okay.
The language from statute is also the language in the draft rule. It's just easier for me to get my green book.
All right, thank you. Marilyn, I think you had your hand up.
Yeah, thank you. So I just wanted to point out two things, Tammy. One is that parents are members of the IEP team, right? So all of this section 2229 also means that the parents are involved in that process. This is not, they're not removed from this by any means. That would be a violation of federal law. The other thing is that kind of to echo what Megan said, is that this section, the section that's being worked out among the smaller group 2229 really responds to that delivery of services once the student is enrolled. And ultimately, it is the LEA by law, under federal law, who is required to ensure the provision of those services. So I think they have a strong incentive in these situations to be working with the independent schools. And I think what Emily said, going back to the assurances, is that the statute really has set up that collaborative process of communication between the independent school and the LEA to ensure the delivery of services. May not be a fully satisfying answer, but those are just a couple of my thoughts relative to that.
Thank you. Tammy, does that answer your question?
I think so. I reserved a right to go back and read it again. It's hard to do it all on the screen, but I just will be transparent. I just want to make sure that we have established a well thought out process for this communication and these assurances. And Marilyn, you're right. Yeah, parents are involved. The LEA is responsible. But I think it's really important that we're very clear about what assurance looks like in that relationship, and what minimum types of information schools receiving public dollars need to be sharing back with LEAs with respect to what services they're providing. So that may have all been taken care of. It's, as he said, it's hard to do all on the screen and all of that. So I'll take another look at it, but that's just my interest, and it sounds like that's the intent. So I'm good.
Well, thank you. And it really does sort of highlight the work that the subcommittee has been doing really at every step to, look at what the statute says, what the statute doesn't say, what the rule says, and, making sure that the two are aligned. And there's certainly a lot of considerations at play. Megan.
Yeah, just another quick related to that, Tammy. I'm glad that the question is being asked, because the goal of this language, and I think we can get there. So I think the process that we've got will solidify that. But the dynamic that exists in Vermont is that, yes, it is the LEA's ultimate responsibility by federal statute, but we rely on independent schools for that. And it's a very difficult dynamic because we don't we don't employ the people responsible for it, right? So I think I just want to say out loud that I hear what you're asking and agree that it's an important piece. I think the conversations we're having around process will get us there, but it is important for the board to hear that that's part of why the dynamic is tricky. It's not as simple as saying, well, at the end of the day, it's the LEA's responsibility, because it is, but in a structure where we don't, the student is being educated elsewhere, it makes it challenging. So the goal is to get this language to be able to do that, but that's an important piece for the state board to understand, is a part of the dynamic.
One other question, are we considering this resolved? I'm sorry, I've lost track. Is D resolved? Because I'm not hearing that it's resolved, that this is still in process.
Well, Emily, it's resolved in the sense that Emily is going to draft up the language that will appear in the final version that will be considered and approved in February.
Thanks, Jennifer. Sorry, I'm just trying to keep this all straight in my head. There's a lot going on. And I will say, I really appreciate your work and Emily's work. And I know how hard this is. And Megan, to your point, I know there's been a lot of discussion and consensus building, and I really appreciate that. So I'm just trying to understand what I see on my screen. Thank you.
Well, and I appreciate your questions. And I mean, I'll be the first to admit there are so many moving pieces here that it has been an undertaking for the subcommittee and like everyone who's been appearing at our meetings to really sort of keep track of, where we are with everything. And, you guys are getting a crash course in all of this. And so I appreciate, the comments, the questions, the feedback. This has all been really helpful.
And I think just the process piece of it was what we had said before. And when we see it all in context, this isn't, we are voting that conceptually this is the right body of work, and the draft pieces of language that Emily has done is where the committee came down and the board got to review. But to your point, Tammy, seeing it all in its entirety in context, which we'll only be able to do once the other subcommittee is done and the subcommittee of the census-based group is done, and then the subcommittee of this group, the 2200 group, gets to look, and then it comes back to a special meeting of this full board. We'll really have an opportunity, I think, to put it all together.
All right, are there any other questions, comments, concerns? All right, hearing none, I will entertain a motion that the State Board of Education accept the proposed recommendations of the Rule Series 2200 Subcommittee that are noted on the spreadsheet titled Comments on Rule 2200 at the end of public comment period, which is the spreadsheet that we've just been using, that was submitted and discussed at agenda item H to the board's January 19th, 2022 meeting as either fully resolved or resolved with new or amended language, and give provisional approval of them. After the board grants its provisional approval, any new or amended language will be incorporated into the final draft rules, and the board will vote its final approval of the entire rule series as amended at a subsequent meeting.
So moved.
All right, it's been moved by Tom. Is there a second? Jenna? Thank you. Any discussion? All right. Hearing none, all in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye and raising your hand. Aye. Anyone opposed, please signify by saying no and raising your hand. Any abstentions? Okay. You have approved the motion, and I thank you all very much for your time and attention. All right. At this point, we are now on to item J, which is the State Board of Ed and AOE roles and responsibilities report to the legislature, which I believe, Tammy, you're going to be leading this part of the agenda.
Thank you, Jen. I feel like we need to give everybody a 7th inning stretch here before we start into another report out for committee. First of all, I just want to thank everyone who's worked so hard on this committee. What I'm going to present today is a high-level summary of where I think we are at. There's still some more work to do, in particular with respect to drafting a report and getting some additional detail. But today's, what I want to focus on today is sort of where I think we are with respect to some high-level agreements that we've come to, and to seek the full board's feedback and hopefully some direction from the board that the subcommittee can take with respect to drafting a report that goes back to the legislature. I did, many thanks to Maureen, shared out a PowerPoint last night. I'm going to try to pull that up on my screen, which is always a little iffy, and talk from that. But once I do that, Jen, if you could just let me know if somebody raises a hand or something. I don't know that I can see it once I go into PowerPoint mode here.
Sure, I will.
Okay. So the purpose here is just to update the board on the work completed and potential next steps from the Roles and Responsibilities Subcommittee. And a bit of background. Section 18 of Act 66 directed the State Board and the agency to jointly report to the House and Senate Education Committees. And the work on the subcommittee has been very collaborative, and we're appreciative to the support and input from AOE in the process. The purpose is really for us as a group to make some recommendations for how roles and responsibilities between these two entities might be delineated. And while the goal is consensus, it may be that we don't agree on things, and it's certainly, I think, the position that we want to present both sides of the case. There are disagreements, but really the focus here is on delineating roles and responsibilities in a way that moves the state's education system forward toward policy coherence and meeting the needs of students in a fair and equitable basis while being able to maximize some operational and administrative efficiencies. And the subcommittee was established over the summer by the chair, and I have been chairing the subcommittee, but I have had the terrific work and help from Lyle and Jenna and Oliver and Secretary French. So our approach to the work has been as follows. Oliver, prior to my joining the State Board, had developed an organizing framework that considers 6 domains of activity where there are shared interests and roles and responsibilities between AOE and the State Board. And so we use that framework as a launching pad for our discussions and for considering and envisioning how we might align roles and responsibilities. In addition, there's been a review of existing statute for where and how the agency and State Board roles and responsibilities are defined, and many thanks to Emily and her team for pulling that together. Figure 1 in your attachments is the full list. And through all this work, we've developed a set of recommendations for how we might go forward with aligning roles and responsibilities. So just briefly, the 6-part organizing framework identified these domains: appellate powers and dispute resolution, rulemaking, which is highlighted in bold because I think it's safe to say that that particular role and responsibility both generated and warranted the most closest examination and discussion among the subgroup members. Number 3, strategic visioning and public assurance. 4, supervisory union and district organization. 5, accountability, and 6, independent school approval. And it should, I'm sorry, that should read independent and post-secondary school approval. So what I would like to do now is I'd like to sort of go through each of these domains to summarize at a very high level where the discussions have been and key points of agreement on the part of the subcommittee. And again, the idea with these points of agreement and these big ideas is to serve as guidelines or goalposts for us to use in providing more specific recommendations for statutory changes back to the House and Senate Education Committees. And so with regard to appellate powers and dispute resolution, subcommittee found that both AOE and State Board have important roles to play in this domain, that the State Board has a role to play as a neutral third party for appeals, particularly when they involve a decision or action on the part of AOE, right? Because we operate as an independent entity and AOE, TAOE, and that we also have the ability to provide a means for public input and assurance in processes. The subcommittee identified concerns, though, where there are inconsistencies and redundancies in existing statute with respect to appeals, and we'll make some recommendations for changes. Two potential changes are offered as examples in Figure 2, and I can speak to those more specifically in a minute. The big one we talked about is rulemaking, and as I said, coming right on the heels of the report out from the other subcommittee on rules that are related to Act 173, I think we all recognize that this is a pretty significant undertaking. And so the subcommittee in our deliberations really identified significant challenges with the existing approach. For instance, the existing process creates capacity issues for both AOE and the State Board. We also discussed the fact that both the State Board and the AOE share the same interest and commitment to a rulemaking process that improves and strengthens coherence in policy and practice, efficiency, and opportunities for public input and assurance. And those things are really important, I think, to say out loud, because those should be sort of our guiding principles with how, as a group, State Board and AOE work together toward drafting new rules and revising existing rules where appropriate. The recommendation that is coming, sort of our group has come to sort of craft, is a revised set of rules and responsibilities for future rulemaking, where AOE would be responsible for the actual task rulemaking activities, and the State Board would be responsible for overseeing the rulemaking process and ensuring public input is sought and considered. And Figure 3 provides additional detail on it, and I can talk about that in more detail in a minute. But again, sort of the general parameters is the nuts and bolts activities of rulemaking would be delegated to AOE, and the State Board would retain and be involved and rulemaking from the standpoint of the process and ensuring the process is fair and that public input assurances were in place. With regard to strategic visioning and public assurance, the subcommittee talked about the fact that the State Board should play a leadership role in contributing to the strategic vision for education in Vermont and collect public input, particularly from families and students. And the committee talked about sort of the delineation between sort of where the State Board might be a contributor and value added, where the AOE can be a contributor and value added, was as follows, where the State Board could articulate and update a long-term vision in the state and develop and execute a plan for regular and sustained public engagement and input. And AOE, as it does already, would establish and implement a strategic work plan for the agency that was aligned with that vision, and then would regularly engage with stakeholders in the public around specific education issues. With respect to SU district governance, the State Board would retain authority to draw SU boundaries and provide favors for SU board representation, but as it does now, would consider AOE input in these deliberations, but also recognize that there's a need to further clarify and refine the State Board role in the school district governance realignment. It should be consistent with. And I think this actually is evidenced by some of our discussions this morning with respect to Ripton. There is work underway by AOE and State Board with the General Assembly on potential update to Chapter 11 and Title 16, which, you know, I think our subcommittee is hopeful will help with some of this clarification and refinement. We also identified a need for rulemaking that provides additional direction to the State Board and AOE with respect to ensuring good governance and fiduciary responsibility on the part of the SU and SD boards. And again, that came up already this morning in discussion with respect to the efforts that will be underway to update and revise the EQS and potentially include governance and fiduciary responsibility in that conversation as it relates to improving student outcomes. With respect to accountability and oversight, going forward, State Board and AOE, again, would continue to play important roles in these areas, with the State Board really taking a lead in its public assurance role in maintaining and enforcing the education quality standards. For instance, you know, the State Board determines now and would continue to whether a school is subject to governance consequences for failing to meet EQS or sufficient progress on EQS. The agency would continue its responsibility for overseeing implementation of the state's education quality standards. But I think the important point of agreement here on the subcommittee and part of the recommendations that the subcommittee is developing is that the State Board should not be taking a supervisory disposition with respect to the AOE's work. State Board, though, would retain oversight of school governance, particularly when there's an overlap with educational quality concerns, and AOE would have responsibility for dispersing and accounting for state and federal funding. With respect to independent post-secondary school approval, the conversation that we had in our subcommittee is that State Board would retain its current authorities to approve and regulate independent and public school and post-secondary schools, while AOE would continue to retain its investigative responsibilities where there are issues of concern. State Board would be the adjudicator when necessary, but AOE would retain its responsibilities with regard to investigating claims and issues where that might arise. Well, it wasn't part of our framework. An additional issue that the subcommittee discussed is currently the State Board plays a role in the appointment of the Secretary of Education. Under sort of currently, the way that works is we're expected to provide a list of names to the governor, and the process goes from there. With the new arrangement where both the agency and the State Board being part of the executive, it doesn't seem like a good fit. And so this subcommittee's talked about that quite a bit and is proposing the following revisions: that the State Board would no longer be responsible for proposing candidates to the governor for Secretary of Education, but instead the State Board would be play an important role in vetting a candidate for the secretary that a governor proposes to appoint. And what might that look like? It would look like State Board providing an opportunity to hear public comment, and the board would have an opportunity to question a prospective candidate. State Board would consider the prospective candidate's qualifications relative to the requirements already in statute and issue an opinion as to whether a person met those requirements, and that this opinion would be part of public record and transmitted to the governor and Senate for consideration. But ultimately, the State Board would not play a role in creating a list of candidates or having a formal role in approving a candidate. So where are we now, and where do we need to go? We do have a final report that's due back to the House and Senate Education Committees, and using sort of these overarching, this overarching framework and these high-level guideposts for recommendations, there's some nitty-gritty work that needs to be done, much like what Jennifer and Emily just proposed, and with respect to going through statute and making specific recommendations. So that work is yet to be done over the next couple of weeks. We'd like to propose the following process: that we get a draft report to the full State Board for review and comment by the end of the month. We would take feedback from the board, sort of written feedback on that, and then the subcommittee would review and respond to incorporate sort of comments from the full board. by the February 10th date, and then a final report would be submitted to the House and Senate Education Committees. So that's a lot of information. So how about if I stop there and in the meantime figure out how to unshare is my screen unshared? Excellent. I have to admit, even after teaching on Teams now for over a year and a half, the whole sharing of the screen things is really hit or miss. So just checking. So lots of information, big ideas. I invite other members of the subcommittee to chime in with additional context and certainly open the floor for questions.
I think you nailed it. So,
hi, Tammy. It's Patrick Brown. Thanks for all your hard work and the hard work of your committee. You can't see me because I have some technical issues here with my video. But just to clarify, the appointment of the Secretary of the Agency of Education, not commission anymore. I think it's the Secretary of the Agency of Education, is an appointed position. It's not an elected position, right?
That's correct. It's an appointed position by the governor.
Right, and the person serves at the pleasure of the governor. So
that is correct. And under sort of current procedures, the state board has a defined role in creating a slate of candidates and things along those lines. And, that's a holdover from when the state board oversaw what was the former department. And it doesn't feel in step with the intent of the new arrangement or balance between the state board and the agency. So that was sort of where sort of that conversation generated from.
Okay, so the State Board of Education would be just another layer of vetting that candidate or candidates for such a position.
I think maybe I'm going to stay away from the word of checking, and use the word vetting, where we yeah, I'm always careful to say that I don't know that we have the authority to check a governor, an elected official, but at the same time, I think we do have the ability, particularly through public assurance and public input, to render sort of an opinion on that in a thoughtful way and seek public input into that process. And that we would, that would be strictly advisory or an opinion that went back to the governor, but nothing in our deliberations or nothing in rendering that opinion would create any sort of boundaries on a gubernatorial appointment specifically that are not already in statute. Remember, the gubernatorial appointments have to be confirmed by the Senate, things along those lines. We would just provide information into that process.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Dr. French.
Yeah, thank you. I was just going to make a general comment. Firstly, thank you, Tammy, for leadership on this. Her facilitation, I think, is really instrumental. And, taking on some fairly complex topics and trying to get consensus. And I think it's that consensus, I think, is important to acknowledge that, this statutory charge is a charge to the board and to the agency. And to what extent we can work together on this and come up with consensus, I think it is helpful to their future deliberations. And I think, in terms of those future deliberations, I would just emphasize that time is of the essence, that we give them some direct feedback on this. We've already had a couple requests from legislative leaders, where is this work at, so to speak. So they have a lot of work to do to translate this into actual statutory changes. So I would just encourage us to stay at that consensus sort of general level and then shift our advocacy or what have you or involvement into the technical aspects of creating legislation if that's where they want to go with it.
Couldn't agree with you more. So, and I hope that the timeline is acceptable. If you have concerns about that, then we should talk. That was just, we're trying to also be respectful. I know this falls to Emily and members of your team, and always want to be sensitive to that as well.
I don't have any concern. I think I'm hearing pretty regularly now from them that they're really trying to move things along. And as much as we might say to them, here's a rational timeline, they're like, we need it now, yesterday, so we can move forward. So that pressure is building.
Understood.
So Tommy, again, it's Patrick. I am wondering, and I'll take this off the table if it's not acceptable. It's a gubernatorial appointment. And should there be a clause in there that says, and of course, assuming that a nominated secretary will approach the work with integrity, that there should be a clause that says he or she will execute this position in a bipartisan way, because it's a gubernatorial position, whether Democrat or Republican. That office needs to be executed in a nonpartisan capacity.
I think, so Patrick, excellent point. There are, and I've got my green book, but I can't flip that fast. There are specific guidelines and criteria for that a candidate must meet.
All right.
So, right. I'm not sure sort of how your language meshes with that, but I've written it down and we can certainly take a look at it. Again, our committee's charge, and I think the work by the state board and the agency, however, on this is really to focus on the role of the state board and the role of the agency in taking on these tasks that we all have. Yeah. But I've written it down, and we certainly can take a look at that in our conversations. I see Tom's hand and then Kim's hand.
Yes, thank you, and thank you for all your hard work on this issue that has been before the board the whole time that I've been on it. I just want to make sure that I understand under accountability and oversight, that the AOE would monitor and investigate the extent to where an SU or a district is complying with EQS, and then bring that determination before the board for action if there was action that they were recommending. Is that right?
I think that is the broad construction on that. That's not a significant. There's really no change. I don't think there's any intent to change process there. It's just to sort of clarify the roles. Dan, do you want to chime in on that?
Could you repeat the question?
I think what Tom is just seeking clarification on is that the intent here is that AOE would continue to be the point agency, not the state board, for monitoring and holding schools and districts accountable under EQS. That would not be the board's responsibility. The board's responsibility would be limited to those instances that are already in regulation and statute, where we become involved when at the recommendation or sort of behest of the agency with regard to school quality issues.
Yeah, it's a good question. Again, I prefer to keep it at a general level, because I think once we get down into that specificity, this is kind of where we'll play out in the legislature a bit. But to your point, Tom, I think the quality assurance approach firstly needs to be described in regulation. I think we would all agree to that, and it currently is not. It's really in the ESSA state plan in terms of public schools, and the larger quality assurance process is not described in regulation. And it is, I think they're thinking about the role of the state board versus the agency. The agency thinks of its work as falling into three broad categories: leadership, support, and oversight. And the idea of support and oversight, I think there's a continuum there that kind of goes back and forth a little bit, depending on, particularly when we're playing on quality assurance, depending on to what extent districts need technical help complying, or do they need that stake in the ground on what the standard is. And I think the board, on the other hand, also has this sort of, in my view, this larger role to public assurance. So this kind of gets to sort of the post No Child Left Behind Act trajectory moment that we're in. Is like, what is the responsibility? We know education is responsibility of the state. What's the responsibility of the board to elevate sort of that public assurance piece, where the agency's more or less on the front line of the support and oversight function? So that does need to be teased out a little bit, but I definitely agree. Firstly, these things need to be explicitly described in regulation, and that number two, the agency would largely be the entity responsible for both providing that support and the technical oversight. But there is a role for a board in providing that public assurance piece, talking about the data and so forth as part of that sort of looking above the treetop disposition that we talked about a lot.
Thank you.
Kim and then Jen.
Thank you. My question does go back to the recommendation for the secretary, and I was just looking to see, and this is sort of long in a history at a time where I was not directly involved with this, but recall the recommendation of 3 candidates, or I think that's what it says, was somewhat of a compromise position in moving from commissioner to secretary, not necessarily, as I remember it, a holdover, but rather a way for the state board to be involved in what was at that time, I think, considered to be a real concern that it becomes a political appointment, which, of course, as being appointed by the governor, in theory is, but rather make the agency of ed a more partisan body. And that is how I am remembering that. So I'm trying to reconcile removing the state board from that part of the process. And again, I've not been around as these other appointments happen to, or in this role, as these other appointments happen, to understand what that would look like differently, to come in at the end of the process to sort of vet a single candidate versus vetting multiple considerations and advancing those through what we are considered to be an independent body, despite the fact all of us now happen to have been appointed by the same governor, but with our terms, that is not necessarily guaranteed, of course. That is a concern I have with this proposal.
That's really helpful, Kim. I don't know that that piece of history came up in our conversations, and so I've noted, and I think it's certainly a relevant point that the subcommittee now needs to sort of discuss around that. And again, that's part of what we hoped in sort of putting these big ideas out there to get some input from the full board. I invite other members of the subcommittee to chime in here, but I think the idea in the conversation was around, does the state board have the authority to limit the governor in their ability to select a secretary of education by giving a list? And again, I think you raised some really good points, and it's certainly something I think as a subcommittee we should talk about some more and perhaps get some more clarification on those points. But I think that was the general sentiment in the conversation. Again, if there are others who want to chime in, I think that was the general concern that was trying to be addressed in the conversation.
Yeah, I think we were trying to be consistent with other appointments that he would be making, that this would be the odd secretary out, having another board doing the recommending. I may have that wrong, Tammy, but again,
I think that
we were
also
trying to
came
be
up in the
consistent.
conversation. I think that also came up in the conversation. Thank you, Lau.
I think,
but I think it's a valid point, Kim.
Yeah,
and so
I think
we should go back and
exploring
take a
the
look at the history.
Yeah,
yeah.
Because I'm also thinking that some of the arguments at that time, and again, it was pretty ancillary to the conversation, but related to the size of education budget in the state and the fear of politicization of education and its large impact on the state. But I am really anecdotally remembering and not in a place where I was like directly involved with that process in any way. I just would look forward to hearing how this process came to be.
I think that's, again, I think it's an excellent point, and I've made note of it, and let's go let's take a little bit of time and go back and see what we can learn around those conversations. And that would be, personally, I would find that very helpful. And if there was some intentionality there that we didn't know or understand, I think that would be relevant to our discussions and potential reconsiderations. So thank you. I really appreciate bringing it up.
Thanks.
Jennifer?
Yeah, thank you. So I actually have 3 questions. So one, I'm curious with your strategic visioning and public assurance, because I mean, it looks like your findings are that both the state board and the AOE play a role, particularly with regard to strategic visioning and engaging with stakeholders in the public. And I'm just wondering, can you kind of delineate, how those potentially, similar powers would be delineated, or where there's overlap and how that meshes together?
Sure. I'll do my best to represent the conversation. I think the conversation went like this, is that, and this is consistent with some of the other information that on the slide that talked about sort of setting a strategic, the state board would take a role in setting a strategic vision that's multi-year, that really sort of charts a large, sort of a big picture course, whereas the agency's responsibilities with regard to, right, and so in doing that visioning, like that's sort of that treetops that Dan just referred to, right, sort of really doing this high level thinking, working on getting public input and public assurance around these larger sort of visioning exercises, whereas the agency's role would be with respect to developing and implementing strategic plans for actual work completed by the agency on either an annual basis or sort of a multi-year basis, but that the agency's work would be aligned with the larger vision that's being set by the board. Dan, did you want to comment on that as well? I know this is something we sort of talked about in the committee.
Yeah, I think again, this gets down into detail that we could go on and down into with, and then not coming to consensus on too, because I think there's some basic ideas we're trying to compensate for. One is, from my perspective, the agency strategic plans are really policy driven by the governor's strategic vision. So, that is part of one of the design elements, if you will, of Act 98, the idea that the governor is responsible for education as he would or she would for all other aspects of leading the state. And then that ultimately is a referendum that's resolved in the voter box, So the agency's strategic plans at a sort of a policy level are driven largely from the governor's policy direction. I think how the issue that's surfaced is, well, to what extent does the state board also have some visioning or strategic planning kind of authority? And I think, the way I think about that often is that there's the sort of transcendent responsibility for education that, and I would summarize that to say quality and equity, so that's a constitutionally derived requirement that the state be responsible for education. If you think of quality and equity sort of being the two central pillars of that. So regardless, governors come and go, governors have strategic plans based on the immediate operating trajectory, but someone needs to attend to the broader sort of ideals of quality and equity over time, and that's a place where the state's board strategic planning or vision might be useful to be informed by future trends in education, for example, where the governor's strategic planning might not be so strategic or out that longer term, since it's a 2-year cycle for election. But I think these things, the question would be then, based on sort of that environmental scan, is there value in the state board being involved in strategic planning at all? And I think this is where we come back to conclude, yes, there is, again, to sit above sort of that longer horizon kind of approach, not necessarily to evaluate the governor's plans, but to say, how does this advance quality and equity over time? What are those patterns of inequity? What are those patterns of lack of quality, or where can we expand quality and so forth? And I think that would be a useful conversation to leverage with stakeholder groups and to have a public conversation on that isn't necessarily something governor or even a secretary can do, because we're working within inside the administrative apparatus, and you have a charge to go out and listen to different stakeholders, and therefore you can bring more voices into that conversation, because as we've identified, education is a public and state partnership in Vermont to a large extent.
Well, thank you. Yeah, that's a really helpful explanation, because I was trying to sort of reconcile what seemed like it could be potentially a conflict, but I mean, that answers my question, so thank you. And then my second question is with regard to rulemaking and the recommendation that the AOE is responsible for rulemaking activities and state board is responsible for overseeing the rulemaking process. You know, Tom, Kim, and I have all just sat through, or we're still sitting through, the revisions to 2200 rule series, during which we have been extremely reliant upon the Agency of Education staff to help us get that work done. So I guess my question there is, as a practical matter, I mean, is this basically, you know, codifying, if you will, what is already kind of an informal practice, or does this envision something different?
I think the intent is to have what we do going forward to reflect what we have been doing already, right? Which is the agency is largely responsible for sort of the day-to-day work of writing rules. But in that conversation, there is a role for the state board with respect to public assurance and public input into rulemaking that may or even should operate outside the formal public comment process that is embedded in ICAR and LCAR. And so the subcommittee talked a lot about that. And as you look to that figure, you'll see that we broke out the rulemaking process into phases and envisioned, you know, what would the state board role look like at these different points in time. And so the idea being that the state board would be approving a process, you know, ex ante, and then monitoring to make sure that process is being followed on the part of the agency. And as a part of the agreed upon process for a particular rule, there may be an explicit role for the state board in seeking in sort of the public input and public assurance roles within sort of that pre-filing. But that need not be the case, right? That it may be the case that there are instances where the state board doesn't see a role for itself in that capacity pre-filing, right? And so the idea would be is for each rule, there would be a process that the state board signed off on that was specific to that rule, which kind of reflects, I think, what we've been doing most recently, right? Where we came up with a process for 173 and everybody's agreed to that, and we're sort of moving along that process, and the board is essentially monitoring the process as it goes along. Does that answer your question, Jen?
Yeah, no, that's helpful. And I guess, you know, my final question, which is related, there had been some indication in the original, you know, marching orders from the General Assembly as to the question about whether staffing would be required or recommended for the State Board of Ed. And I don't know if that's something that the subcommittee that you all have looked at.
It was not something specifically that we've considered at this point. I think the first order of business was to come up with these high-level sort of guidelines, parameters for what this might look like, and then we could talk about what the staffing needs would be, if at all, within the context of that. It seemed a little premature, I think, to talk about like, well, we need staffing when we aren't we hadn't come to some agreement about what it is staffing to do what. So I think the conversation around staffing is an important one, and one that needs to be considered, though, in the context of when we come to some agreement about sort of what the rules will be going forward, particularly with respect to rulemaking.
Okay, thank you.
And as part of that, I think we talked about what was reasonable, what would be reasonable for us to expect staffing wise. And I'm not sure, given how well staffed the education department may feel they are right now, their agency of education. I'm not sure that there is sufficient money or staff to share with us. That's my sense. But I'll leave that up to Dan to respond to if he wants to talk about how much more staff he would like.
Yeah, and it comes back to where Tammy's analysis is the same as mine. First, we define the work, and then we figure out what we need for staff. I think that to Jennifer's question, it's fair to say I think we've been operating in an environment where, and I think we said previously, the state board is not going to get additional staff. So that's certainly in the background. But I've been very clear with the legislature that in this past year in particular, we've been given, from my perspective, unprecedented amount of new work to do. And very little new staff to do it. So every time they come up with a new initiative, I'm also always very sort of careful to say, well, I need some people to do that. And just for example, in this year's budget proposal, we have a request for two additional staff. Really, and I was thinking I'm bringing another person over from another part. We have to set up a kernel of a team to start managing school facilities issues. All the construction policy that's been enacted and PCBs, you name it. We have no one at the agency to manage that work. So that's an example where the agency does need to be able to react to different policy requirements, but it's not a clear-cut conversation about like how much staff do I need to do what. It really dependent on what the work is. And I think in the area of rules in particular, and to sort of react to Jennifer's earlier comment, and I think it's a useful comparison to a certain extent. If we look at the special ed rules, arguably the most complex rules that we have on the books in a lot of ways. And the amount of effort and time that's gone into producing them is not necessarily the amount of time and effort that would go into creating revisions to other rule series. So I think to Tammy's point, we do have to sort of think about the rule series and what their specific public oversight or involvement might be. It will vary due to the complexity of the role and the public's interest in the role. But anyway, I hope that's helpful.
One additional thing, just to add to that, Dan's response was, we did talk about in the subcommittee, albeit briefly, the fact that it may not be that the request is for staff. The request may be for a budget that we are able to use, or even the agency is able to use to do specific things. Because to Dan's point, and I think this came up over and over again in the subcommittee, the level of effort, particularly with respect to rulemaking, is going to vary by the rule, and that that the idea in drafting these process plans that the board is involved in and ultimately approves up front is that we're thoughtful about what exactly we're going to need to do and the timeline for doing it, and then we can plan and think thoughtfully at that time about what resources are going to be needed and who's going to need those resources, right? In some instances, it might be the state board. In some instances, it might be AOE. In some instances, it might be we need to hire an outside consultant for both organizations, right? Or maybe we need honoraria for work group members, right? And so the idea with these plans is to be thoughtful about resourcing as well, but a priority to the process so that we can articulate what it is we're going to need and for what purposes. Jennifer, did we get 3 questions?
You answered them all. Thank you.
Thank you. Kim, I see your hand.
Thank you. I may now have 3 questions in my listening and reflecting. So maybe let me start with the accountability component and just sort of recognize, without which of course we would not have, nor would it be proposed or suggested, oversight on the agency, the State Board of Ed's role in ensuring accountability to student outcomes, or whatever that might look like, is really reliant on a collaborative arrangement and maybe some clear expectations about timing on reporting. And these last 2 years are extraordinary. So I don't think that that's necessarily a good reflection of how we take in data and draw attention to accountability, which I think has at times been challenged, and certainly definitely by the pandemic. So I just sort of raise that as something to consider, what that looks like to ensure that no matter who sits in the secretary's position and who sits on the State Board of Ed, if we have an accountability responsibility to draw attention to or otherwise, but no authority to instruct, then I don't know how that, objectively works versus relying on that collaboration. And maybe thinking about whether or not that needs to be explicitly considered, not for the conversation today, but just more so. I don't know if that's
excellent
anything
point,
that requires.
Particularly with respect to data. There are some in the existing statutes and some provisions, which of course the dog's going to bark right now. There are some existing requirements with regard to reporting and things along those lines. I know that we looked at them at a high level in terms of the subcommittee, but I don't know that we made that explicit connection to accountability. So I've made note of that, and I think we can sort of revisit and talk about that.
Great. The other was regarding staffing, and I think at different times we've had different needs. It's often been external legal counsel as a state board, and I don't know to what extent our needs would be ongoing enough to employ even a fractional, well-qualified attorney, for instance. And we are grateful for the support that we get from Dan's office on so many fronts. So I appreciate that that'll be sort of considered when we are fully clear on who's doing what. And I know staffing is challenging for everybody right now. And I'm sure, Dan, as much as there's an additional need for staff in the AOE, there's probably also like considerations for not being fully staffed. Or maybe, I hope for your sake you are, but I'm suspecting, as with everybody right now, that's not true. And so that begs its own problem.
Yeah, well, I think that's, again, a part of a design element is to sort of, where those potential points of conflict are. Because I would, based on my experience as secretary, I think where we see the board needing legal support is precisely when it feels it, or it's in a position that either has to review agency action or there's a identified conflict of interest between the two. So if we can eliminate those opportunities for conflict of interest, you're going to largely eliminate the board's need for outside legal support. And in those times, I think where legal support is necessary in the board's fulfillment of its responsibilities, those would largely be defended by the Attorney General's office. And I think the third option, or the third area where I think we've resolved recently in statute, had to do with licensing discipline processes, where that also, if you were on the board at that moment, you've seen that process unfold a little bit, that the board needs to have representation during those processes. Now that those processes have been moved away from the board, that is another area where I think the board would see the need for fewer legal resources.
And I think we just sort of, again, historical a little bit here, we discontinued our membership in the National Association of State School Boards, whatever that association was, with the thought that the value derived from that, at least at the time, I was very green and I didn't know anything at all about what that offers for perspective on a national level about state board work. But we discontinued that membership with the thought that freed up some resources for the occasions where outside counsel or resources were necessary. So I just sort of offer that as what I recall of the process. And again, I don't know if we need to revisit whether that membership has benefit. I know Dan at the time had thought the association that you're involved with offers great perspective and resources too. So I'll just put that out there as something I remember in the very first days of me being on this board, something that freed up some resources for legal support. And then finally, the rules component. I look through our list of rules and I think some of them are really the what. And I feel like our role in the bigger sort of what. I'm thinking about ed quality standards moving forward. I'm thinking about the role we played in 173, and it was simply the most technical thing I've ever put my head around, and reached out to every educator in my family to better understand how special education happens in other states and what that means and how it works in this state, and trying to understand best I could, and working with the resources I could pull to understand and try and lead that subcommittee. I don't think that level of technical expertise should be expected, of course, of a lay board, potentially a lay board. But part of the reason we became more involved earlier on was the challenge between the agency and even the working group. And I know Dan was on the census-based advisory group, but sort of the timing of drafts were a little bit off. Some fundamental things like definition of special education were a little bit off, and we needed to call in additional external resources. So in looking in the rearview mirror, is there any distinction between, things like school lunch programs or bus idling or the how rules? Or is there any distinction in what the state board's role might generally be in the bigger what rules like EQS?
I think the answer is absolutely. And I think that's the idea with coming up with a thoughtful, collaboratively developed plan between the state board and the agency for a process for a particular rule, right? And so the idea is that we're not trying to say it's a one size fits all arrangement or sort of the rule, right, in level of engagement or type of engagement on the part of the state board in the rulemaking process. It's not going to be the same for every rule. There are rules that are strictly administrative that we probably wouldn't be appropriate necessarily for us, nor do we have the bandwidth to be that involved at that level of detail. Whereas, for example, 173, I think there's been real value added to the state board in the process. And so where the subgroup came to sort of landed is that we should be really thoughtful about the process we undertake when we open up an existing rule or we go to make a new rule, and that we should articulate what that process looks like and where we think state board involvement needs to be, and that and sort of how the state board can be value added while still recognizing the capacity constraints of a lay board. Right. And so the idea was, again, coming to our subgroup discussion, is that there would be this process that is again, collaboratively developed between the board and the agency when there's an intent to open a rule. And that process will articulate what the state board involvement would be in that rulemaking pre-filing and even post-filing when it comes to ICAR. And then and then our job would be to participate in ways that are articulated in the process and then monitor the process to make sure the process is followed. So I think it's an and in both to your question, Kim, where the involvement would be real and authentic and value added, but it would be specific to a particular rule.
And the final approval of the rule resides with whom? I'm hearing an articulated collaborative
the content of the rule.
Yeah.
Well,
I'm not talking about LCAR, but I mean, but the final draft that goes through that process, either to public comment or to LCAR at the end, or even to ICAR, I guess, is at the beginning. One day I'll know which comes when.
The cars.
The cars, exactly. So those drafts are often well supported. I mean, at least in the experience in the short time I've been on this board, definitely desperately in need of Emily's work with it, and now Donna working with us as well. But the state board is actually approving the draft that goes to ICAR, then going through what we just went through, and will approve the part that goes to LCAR. So where is the approval for the language in this version?
So where we are in terms of the flow chart is that the subcommittee considered is that what would come before the board after this process is before it goes pre-filing, before it goes to ICAR, would be sort of a proposed set of regulations. And we would review that process and say, yes, the process reflects sort of what we said it was going to be. It would not necessarily involve us going word by word through an entire rule, improving content in that way. Ideally, because the content would have been collaboratively developed through a process, right? And that what we would be saying when it went to ICAR is that we have approved, we've monitored the process. We feel as if the process, it reflects public input pre-filing, right? We, as a part of the process, here's the recommendations for what public comment will look like post, right, once it's filed. And then we come back in again, right, after public comment to look at, was the public comment process filed, right? Were the comments resolved? Very much what we've just been doing, but not necessarily where we're saying this should be an if and that should be an and that should be a but, right?
And I just wanted to know, though, in this version, I just wasn't seeing where the authority lies for moving drafts. I see that maybe the language was very purposefully chosen. Rulemaking activities are the responsibility of the AOE.
Moving drafts.
Overseeing the process and ensuring public comment. I don't see who has the authority to vote the drafts to go to ICAR, vote the drafts to go to LCAR.
They would come from AOE. They would come from AOE, not the state board.
So again,
so the AOE would be responsible for the process.
Okay. I guess I will just sort of go back to that idea that without we don't have oversight of the AOE, and it sounds like we are in a position in this to simply offer suggestions, almost like an advisory body, as opposed to having authority to instruct the AOE and what we think the process should look like. If we don't have any,
are you talking about process or content?
I think both. So if we don't have a role in approving a draft to go to ICAR, and we don't have a role in approving a draft to go to LCAR at the end of the process, our suggestions for what the process should be have no teeth. And what happens if it's not that process?
Yeah, if I could chime in, just from my perspective, the rules become the agency's rules, not the board's rules. That's a big conceptual shift. Where we were trying to get at is that the board has a role in ensuring that the agency engaged with stakeholders in an adequate way relative to the content of the rule. And we're also contemplating a mechanism at the end of the process where the board, in order for the agency to proceed with the final part of the rule process, it needs a vote from the state board saying an adequate process was followed. The board develops what that adequate process is for engagement, and the board signs off that process was followed in order for the agency to proceed with finalization of the rules.
Okay, so there is some action item taken for it to move along in the process.
Yeah, again, to my sort of opening comment, we're not going to be able to produce this report at all if we go down into those levels of details. I think what we're seeking, and this is my 2 cents on this, I think we need to lay out sort of a framing of where this would go, and we need to be comfortable with that as a board. I'm not a voting member of this board, so I'm trying to exercise some restraint, but I am an equal party into this report. So I think, where we struggle is getting down to some of those level of details, and that's where the statutory changes would be. But stylistically, from my perspective, and I think where we were at as a subcommittee, the idea that the rules become the agency's rules, because the agency has the apparatus to administer the rules, and the agency, not the board, is held accountable for outcomes for kids. Okay, so that's an important thread, I think, from my perspective. Where just looking back on the special ed rules making process in particular, where the board has added a lot of value, it's on saying, here's the process, here's a process timeline. And you could imagine rules without something like the advisory group created in statute, as the case was with 173. So, what are going to be the rules of the road, so to speak, in terms of engagement? And is that process adequate to ensure a robust development of rules? So, the board is going to have to exercise some discretion in that regard. On the one hand, adequate involvement, but on the other hand, attention to the idea that rules actually lead to better outcomes for kids. And where I'm coming from a secretary and sort of practitioner in Vermont educational leadership, is that we have pretty good outcomes for kids in our state, not because of our rules, but in spite of them. So I think we could benefit from having a stronger regulatory construct to advance the issues of quality and equity.
Absolutely, and I don't disagree with that conceptually. I think in practice, the agency definitely was at odds with some stakeholders in the 173 and 2360 process in a substantial way. That
and just look at your spreadsheet today on the independent school rules. The board, has resolved or rejected how many of those issues. So by definition, it is a conflict-based sort of process to a certain extent. And we certainly try to take suggestions, looking at again at that spreadsheet where it makes sense to do so, but rejecting them if they're inconsistent with the law and so forth, or not in the best interest of kids. And that's precisely the role other administrative agencies play in their rules.
Yeah,
Oh, sorry, Kim. I see Patrick's had his hand up for a while, so if you don't mind, I'd love to.
No, not at all. Go ahead. Thanks.
Patrick, you're on mute. There you go.
So it was mentioned earlier about membership in the National Association, and I think it's an opportunity. It's a platform that we can look at best practices. If it's financially feasible, we should explore again to see if it's possible. There is much value to be gained from hearing from national associations. And so my suggestion is that we explore that option also, if it's possible.
Yeah, sorry, Patrick, I just want to acknowledge that that suggestion. Many of you were not on the board when we made a decision to withdraw from that national organization. It was a pretty significant element of our budget, and our experience had been we just really didn't get a lot of value out of the organization, and have been able to repurpose those funds for a lot of sort of outside more direct expertise that we've needed over the past couple of years. So I'm certainly open to exploring it again. I want to be cognizant of the fact that we didn't get a lot of value out of the organization, and and it was a significant chunk of our budget.
That being said, Patrick, also to your question, I'm sorry. Also to your question, Patrick, I think embedded in your question is the idea: did the subcommittee consider how other states do this work? And I think the answer is yes. Right? Like, we did look at some other states to see, and there isn't necessarily a best practice with regard to the delineation of roles and responsibilities between a state board and an agency, because the governance structures are so different by state, right? That really sort of was the bottom line of that, right? Like, you look at a lot of different states, they're all a little bit different. I know one of the first questions I always get asked when I'm in policy is like, well, what is the arrangement between your state board and your agency, right? When I'm nationally, because it really is so different, and so it's a little hard to sort of say, well, what are best practices because of the governance structures being so different. That should not preclude our discussion around potentially sort of reinvestigating joining the national organization. But for the purposes of this subcommittee's work, there wasn't necessarily a model or set of models we could look to that said these are best practices for how to align work between an agency and a state board.
Thank you for that clarification.
Lyle, I see your hand is up.
Yeah, I tend to oversimplify things, but going back to what Kim was saying a minute ago, ultimately we are giving up control, in my opinion, but it doesn't mean that the process can't include having board members on a committee that's working on this and actively involved in the process. I think, again, it aligns with other agencies in state government and how they operate with their rulemaking. I would like to think that we are more at the 20,000 foot level, as opposed to today when I'm listening and reading this information that came before us today. Thank you for all the work you put into that. But a lot of it did come from the agency and their lawyers and what they needed and what they needed to do to enact the rule. I think we can be involved. I don't think we need to be in control.
Good. Patrick, your hand is still up. Sorry.
Just being attentive to time. Are there other questions on the floor? Patrick, I think your hand is still up, unless you have a different question. So I think the subcommittee is seeking from the full board some direction as to how it might proceed. In that last slide, we proposed some next steps with regard to drafting a report. And I think it's come up a number of times. Dan's pointed it out, and it's come out in other parts of the conversation. The report is not necessarily going to get down to line by line changes in statute, but rather the intent of the report is to provide sort of this broad framework, some guideposts and principles for the legislature to use in its conversations, and that it, to the extent we can, have it be a consensus, at least at this high level, between the state board and the agency for sort of how we think we might go forward in principle. So we do need to get that report off to them in the next couple of weeks. And so again, I think the subcommittee, and Oliver chime in here, I think the request that we're making is to have some delegation of work to the subcommittee, but I'll let you pick it up from there.
Yep. Thank you. Yeah. So I definitely think if board members feel comfortable with directionally where things are at, I would certainly entertain a motion to delegate final authority to the Roles and Responsibilities Subcommittee to publish the final report and submit to the legislature. Kim.
Oliver, in that we're likely to have a special, first of all, are these timelines, can you hear me okay?
Yep.
Okay, sorry. Is this February 15th the deadline for submission?
Well, technically the deadline was December 15th, and we asked for and were informally granted an informal extension to the end of January.
I asked just simply, I understand we're working outside of what was expected, I guess, of us. I'm just recognizing that I think we meet again, right, on the 16th, and to submit a final on the 15th when we meet on the 16th seemed, I think some of these changes are big. And so my biggest reservation is the process that seems not to have been fully understood, the appointment of the secretary. And I may be totally wrong in my recollection of what went on at that time. I just don't recall it as you described it, Tammy, to be a vestige of, I don't know, it was Act 98 or whatever it was that went from commissioner to secretary. And I think the timeline is, in terms of what you see as a date in those regulations, wouldn't align, I don't think, with it not having been reflective of the transition. So that is my biggest reservation. I think some of the other it is kept at a high level, but that is a very transactional change that we offer that high level suggestion in a draft. And I think that is, what else is to change there? It's not like it gets to a different level of detail. That's a big deal, and I have a concern with that. And so from a timeline standpoint, I was also thinking we talked that we are likely to need a special meeting. So I'd love to have some response to that.
I think that's a great, I'm glad you reminded us of that, Kim. So perhaps, Tammy, what are your thoughts on if we ask the committee to finalize the report, and then at the special meeting that we convene, we can formally adopt that report? Is that agreeable?
It's fine with me. I mean, I would also sort of push that back out to the members of the subcommittee to see if they have concerns. I don't want to speak on behalf of others. I'm fine. Personally, I'm fine with that.
Okay. No, that was a good suggestion. Thanks for bringing that up, Kim. Okay, so we'll proceed on that basis. Anything else?
Thank you all for your good questions and your input. And again, thanks to everyone who's been working hard on the committee for this work.
Good. Excellent. And apologies, I had to step away, so I wasn't able to get the full discussion, but I'll catch up afterwards. So that now takes us to agenda item L, which is to consider our input on a potential Act 173 delay. We did receive some public comment at the start of the meeting, which I did forward to folks. And this was from a parent and educator with concerns about adverse impact and what the delay of 173 would mean for that. I've been asked by the chair of House Education to testify at 1 o'clock, so shortly after this meeting, on what the board's position may be on a potential delay of 173. So I wanted to get a sense of the board on that particular topic. And I sort of break this question into, I think there's sort of 3 considerations, and there are folks who are probably more knowledgeable who can let me know if I have this wrong or if there are other considerations that I haven't considered. But I think essentially the 3 considerations with a potential delay of 173 are, first of all, the big one is around the block grant of funding and whether the implementation of that should be pushed out. The second are some of the specific rules around administration and interpretation of special education law, including things such as adverse effect. And then, so that's the second sort of category. And then the third category is the implementation date of the independent school rules. So I think we just need to be, when we're talking about delay of 173, there are many components of 173, but I think really what we probably want to break this into those 3 categories, unless there are other categories. So let's just start there before we go any further and see if there's consensus that that approach makes sense for analysis. Is everyone good? Okay. Kim, your hand is still up. I don't know if you, okay. We've had some public comment. I've heard from my local superintendent on a couple of points, and I'll just, I think just some considerations as we think about, sort of breaking these up. And one is that parts of 173 have already been delayed. And one issue that we have is that the implementation date for the census block grant and the implementation date for the independent school rules are out of sync. So if there is going to be a delay of the census block, does it really make sense to also push out the independent school rules? My personal belief is that doesn't make sense. There's no reason to delay the independent school rules. That should continue to stay on track. And I haven't heard any real opposition to that. And then that way the rules are, the timing is harmonized. So that's just one consideration to keep in mind. The rules themselves outside of the financial implementation, have direct impacts on students with special education needs. And I think we really need to be thinking about those students and whether it's fair to them to delay the implementation of those rules. So those are just some considerations I'll throw out there. I'm going to open up for discussion on thoughts and on those 3 categories. You can't all be this quiet. Secretary French, and then Tom, love it.
Yeah, thanks. I just want to let the board know that, I've offered to provide an official recommendation on delay, and I appreciate the way you've unpacked it, Oliver, because it's not as simple as just delay. We have to look at the moving parts. I've signaled to the legislative committees that I'd be prepared to do that in early February. I did want to hear back a bit more from the advisory group. They've been engaged in this question of delay for 2 meetings and haven't achieved consensus necessarily, but have raised a lot of good points for consideration. I just want to share my own thinking on this is really right now being driven by two considerations. One is implementation. And this is largely what does it mean to implement 173? From our perspective, it's really about a systems response. It's really positioning school districts to do some work, whereas before we had largely schools doing some work. So I want to understand that interplay relative to what we call our recovery work relative to the COVID pandemic, meaning once we get through Omicron, are we going to be ready to really move forward in a more direct way at the state level on unpacking the impact of the pandemic on students' academic and social emotional needs? And we were largely contemplating leveraging those sort of system level approaches that we anticipated under 173 to do that. So bringing the recovery work in sync with the rollout of 173 is important. And I think the other piece is it gets to the mechanics of the block grant and the potential revisions to the pupil weights and the larger funding formula. And now that we have sort of a better understanding of how these things are coming together, just to do a sort of a kick the tires on that a little bit on the block grant to ensure that's going to work properly for folks. So those are the two of the pieces that I'm looking at right now. I will be talking with the legislative leaders in the near future prior to February because they're anxious to get moving on some sort of direction on this. But I just wanted to share where my thinking is at the moment.
Okay, thank you. Tom.
Yeah, thank you. Secretary French brought up the issues that I was thinking of, but I do agree, Oliver, it would be great to have the implementation of the rules synced up, whereas now they are not. I also think that it's really important to recognize the real harm that delay does in service to students. I think that's where I just remember in the advisory group that was a key concern. But my main opinion has always been that to try to implement a block grant without getting the weighting recommendations figured out, I don't think you can do it. I would recommend, to the extent that we can sync things up, like the weighting study and the different aspects of these rules, I'm all for that, but I do want us to be conscious of the impact of delay.
Okay. Other thoughts? Kim.
I would share the same concerns for delay, and I think, again, if there should be any delay in any portion of this, it should not delay the implementation for the independent schools. I think, often it has been so profoundly difficult for schools to operate and navigate day to day right now. So I appreciate challenges with making changes, but this has been on the books with a plan for a while. And I think budgets are going to print and impacts are recognized in information that's gone out to communities. So I don't know if there are funds available to soften these transitions. I appreciate the notion of very targeted technical support being important if all of this were to go into play as it is. I'm also going to recognize and know that I am not the expert in the room on the weighting study information. But as I understand that implementation, whenever it happens, will happen over a number of years. So there will be time that, 173 will be in effect and block grant funding will be in effect without full implementation of the weighting study regardless. So I am hesitant to delay further, or certainly to minimally not delay anything but the financial piece of it, which I don't even know if that can be parsed out in that way.
Excellent. Tammy and then Jennifer.
Thank you. I think I would just like to say I'm concerned about delaying implementation of any of the pieces at this point, albeit for different reasons. I don't see a reason to hold up the independent schools piece, but I do think, particularly with regard to both the funding and the piece that will sort of help reshape some of the systems and processes and practices for special education in the state, that the timing to do that is in fact right now, that schools need that flexibility, and that the ability to target interventions at tier 1 and tier 2 without identifying for special education, the systems level changes that are going to be needed for pandemic recovery are absolutely crucial. And doing one piece just without the other doesn't work, right? The intent behind the block grant was also to provide districts with that flexibility around how they can spend dollars. The existing reimbursement system ties dollars to IEPs. Right, and so if we don't decouple, right, money from service delivery at the same time, we're going to put school districts in this real conundrum about how it is you make these systems level changes when the structure, the funding system, which is the means, not the ends, is not aligned with those policy preferences and frankly what our systems actually demand for recovery. So I will say that I am not in favor on any of the 3 counts with respect to delay. And to your point on the weighting study, Kim, and I will measure my words carefully here, I think that we need to recognize that Act 173 and the block grant, that initiative and that legislation predates the weighting study, and that it was always intended to be implemented even under the current funding system that accounts for cost differences across districts. There are some interactions, they're talked about in the report. There are some opportunities in the future to consider sort of adjustments to the census block grant amount that might, right, reflect changes that come through a number of different policies that might result from the weighting study. But I guess from my perspective, I see these as 2 separate pieces of policy. And that, again, without changing the funding mechanism, it will be very, very difficult for school districts to realize the kinds of systems level changes that the law intends and that will ultimately be required for pandemic recovery.
Thank you. Jennifer and then Jenna. I think I have that right? Yeah.
I think so. Thank you. So, it gives me pause a little bit that this question was raised in the General Assembly. It's a good question. It's a fair question. And I think, we are all experiencing firsthand the effect that the pandemic has on humans who try to set schedules and stick to them. That said, I do know that there are some supervisory unions that are ready to go ahead. And I feel like it would be, especially for them and particularly for, the booklets that have already been printed in reliance upon the act going through as promised, July 1st of this year. I guess my question is if the General Assembly is inclined to push this out by a year, would there be a provision to allow those districts that are ready to go forward to do so anyway, or is that just too complicated?
Good, fair question. I think Tammy has some thoughts on that. We'll come back to that. Jenna.
I support moving forward, although I just want to think about like successful policy enactment has implementation, right? Like the implementation of system-related changes in education are hugely impacted by human capital, and the humans that are enacting this with really successfully, they're going to require a high level of technical support and assistance, given everything that's impacted them already with COVID. So I would be really thoughtful and, to the point of funding allocations from the AOE and what does that look like, because there is a significant impact to service delivery. And although we want the outcome to be positive and timely, the humans that are involved in making that happen are going to need an incredible amount of support.
Thank you, Jenna. So, Tammy, you look like you might have some sort of a response to Jennifer's question.
I would just say this, that, and I'm noticing that Secretary French is no longer on the call, but I'll channel my inner Brad James, who is the finance manager at AOE, to say it would be extremely difficult to run two different funding systems for special education at the same time, right? And so if it was the case that some school districts were allowed to proceed sort of with implementing other parts of the regulations without having uniform application of the funding system, I think that creates another really complicated set of contingencies that would be really hard to manage. And I think it would be very hard for school districts to implement sort of the other things that are in the special education regulations that we're hopeful for change around to improve service delivery without having a change in the funding system away from a dollar for dollar reimbursement model that is tied to an IEP.
Okay. So let me take a stab at sort of where I think a way that I could sort of frame up what I'm hearing, and also want to share a little bit of my perspective, which I think is in alignment with a lot of what we're hearing here. So I'm just going to put this on the table, and we can sort of noodle on this a little bit. So as a recommendation, the recommendation for the state board's position would be to not delay the implementation of any elements of Act 173, and we would sort of bucket those into those three categories. And to the extent, recognizing that there are, and the rationale for that is, one, there are districts have known about this, their budgets are ready to go out to vote, and it would cause a fair amount of disruption out in the field to sort of upend those budgets that have already been developed and are ready to go to the voters. So that's sort of the second piece of it. And also the impact to students, right? So I think I've heard that pretty loud and clear that we really need to kind of consider the impact to students, but recognizing that there are districts who are a little bit are finding this challenging for a variety of reasons. And what I think we're hearing is that the challenge is really centered around the finances of moving to that block grant model. And so my suggestion is that our recommendation is not to delay, but to acknowledge that there are some districts who are struggling a little bit, and perhaps the legislature might look at providing some transitional funding to establish a glide path, right? So I think my personal perspective is, I'm always about trying to keep people on schedule, on time. And if we just sort of simply delay, we just inevitably come back to the same place, at the next reporting period. So kind of keeping people on task, and to the extent that there are some targeted interventions that can help people make that transition, that might be the way to go. So that's just kind of my general way that I would look to present this. So Kim, I see you have your hand up.
I just wanted to make sure that people had seen Megan Roy's revised report to the legislature from the Census Space Advisory Group, because there's a 2-page chart at the back of it that goes through, since they were not able to arrive at consensus, what they saw to be advantages and disadvantages of each of 4 different options. It sounds as though we're landing on their 4th, which is no implementation date change, but a formal recommendation about professional development. So hopefully folks saw that it came into our email at 11:30 this morning. And the other piece, Oliver, I just didn't know if I wanted to clarify what you meant by a financial glide path, or if that was specific to targeted technical support.
Oh yeah, no, good point. So I think both technical support, but also I think we've heard that there's some districts that feel that this is going to be financially challenging for them, at least in this first year. So the thinking is that rather than just trying to solve that problem by delay, to provide some financial assistance to sort of lessen the pain associated with that.
Is that, Oliver, if their budgets don't pass? I'm just back to the notion that they have developed budgets with the anticipation of implementation. If they haven't, that's an entirely different problem. Most that I had heard had planned, or, you know, in the small anecdote of another meeting I was in, people had been planning for implementation, and with varying impacts on their tax, what they know to at least now be their tax implications. And so I'm not exactly sure how the mechanism of supporting financial transition would work.
I would suggest we not worry about the details or think too hard about it. It just is a general sense that if they're hearing from districts that, you know, where this is going to be a financial hardship, I would, you know, look at what options might be out there, but leave that to the legislature to
like
to
a
think.
baby with the bathwater sort of thing. Like, don't ditch this completely
to solve that problem.
And target support where needed from a technical standpoint as well. So with all that, I would agree.
Yeah, and potentially with financial, but without us getting into the details of what the mechanics might look like, let the legislature. But I just want to remind them that, you know, there's a ton of federal money out there, and I'm sure there are some smart people in the legislature can figure out how to help sort of ease these districts into it. I personally think that would be the better way to approach it, rather than trying to kick this down the can and then 2 years from now we don't have the same, you know, fiscal supports that we have from the federal government at this point. So does that all feel about right for everyone? And thank you, Kim, for I haven't had a chance to review that email, so that's helpful. Okay. I think I'm hearing just general consensus. I'm not looking for a formal vote. I want to make sure that when I go before House Education in 18 minutes that I'm fairly representing the views of the board. Also, we may get questions on. We're formally on the agenda to talk about 173, but we may, the chair of House Ed indicated that we might get some questions on some of the issues pertaining to Chapter 11, and more specifically, kind of the withdrawal issues that we've been dealing with. So I've invited Kim to join me in case there are, you know, specific discussions around Chapter 11 matters, since she's our point person on that. And obviously, we can share some recent experience with what we went through this morning. So, okay. Alrighty, so I think that brings us to item N, our final agenda topic around agenda and work plan. So as we talked about earlier, Jenna and Patrick, you guys are going to go away and start brainstorming about how we might be able to structure some of these public engagement sessions. And we can pick up on that and figure out logistics offline.
Correct.
I will be reaching out to, I do want to kind of synchronize with Jennifer and her committee, and also Megan Roy's committee on what would be a good date for a special meeting. And so there really would be two principal objectives of that special meeting. One is to finalize the outstanding issues on 2200, and then also to finalize the report from the Roles and Responsibilities Committee. So I'll also try to sync that up with you as well, Tammy, to make sure that the committee has a chance to complete its work before. So hopefully we can make all that happen. And then also we need to provide Emily enough time to prepare the final draft for presentation in our February meeting. So the other thing is, I did have a chance to speak with this Amy Miner, who's the chair of the Standards Board, and that came out of a conversation we had, I think, in November, if I recall, just around you know, potential barriers, or at least perceptions of barriers to entry for folks who want to get into the education profession. You know, we had talked about you know, hearing from the Standards Board. So we did have a really good conversation, particularly centered around their exemption process. And I think there's some really good stuff that they have going on there, but perhaps these things aren't well known. So I think bringing that to the forefront at our February meeting is something I'm looking to do. So any other topics that you guys would like to see us cover off in February?
We will have started discussing a process for independent school approval, even though those schools will not be vetted until the rules are adopted.
Yep, perfect. So, yeah, your committee hopefully will have had a chance to meet before that. So we'll put some time on the agenda for your committee update.
Yeah, we meet next week.
Okay, perfect.
And I think we discussed possibility of, if not a retreat, perhaps board education that helps us do our work on agendas. Yes. So maybe we'll have some time on the next agenda to think through that out loud with the full group and consider what that might look like.
Yep, I think that great point. Yep. Retreat plan. So two things: retreat planning, subject to pandemic conditions, of course, and professional development for the board. So just on that, so Tammy, Kim, and I had a good discussion and around professional development, and the idea is it would be really nice if we had a regular sort of cadence where we had and outside of regular board meetings. So we wouldn't be transacting any board business, but some opportunities for professional development. So things like learning the intricacies of the rulemaking process, et cetera. So there's another opportunity for one member of the board or maybe a couple of board members to work together to think about structuring that. So we'll talk more about that in February, but start thinking about both that as well as ideas for the retreat, and we'll have both of those items on the agenda for February. Okay. Unless there's anything else, I think we probably can consider adjournment, so I have time to get ready for my next meeting. So I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
I move that we adjourn. I move.
I'll second that.
It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor of adjourning, please raise your hand and say aye.
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 Okay.
Nice seeing everyone.
Seeing you. We stand in adjournment. Thank you.
Bye.
Cheers.
Bye.
Bye-bye.